watching closely.
What's the secret, Max?
You just gotta find something you love to do and then do it for the rest of your life.
I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Establishing Shot, a podcast where we do deep dives into directors and their filmographies. I'm here today with Zachary Lee. I'm Eli Price, and we're going to be talking about The Dark Knight Rises for episode 24 of the podcast. I'm excited. We're really getting deep into Christopher Nolan's filmography at this point. And really excited to wrap up this Batman trilogy, or Dark Knight trilogy, I guess I should say. That's the more proper term for it. But yeah, I'm excited. We're gonna get into Dark Knight Rises in just a minute. I would if this is your first time jumping into the podcast, every few episodes I like to remind people that the format is like going through a director's filmography movie by movie. So yeah, if this is your first time jumping in, feel free to listen to it however you want. Obviously it's a free country, so if you want to just pick episodes that are more interesting to you, feel free. But I recommend listening through if you can, starting from the beginning where we do an overview of Christopher Nolan and then go movie by movie. It's one of my favorite ways to watch movies, is going through a director's filmography and just seeing their techniques and themes throughout their movies. So I recommend that. But before we jump into The Dark Knight Rises, I wanted to introduce my guest, Zachary Lee. Zachary is currently in Chicago, and he writes for a few different publications freelance, but yeah, I'll let Zachary kind of tell you a little bit about himself and that. So Zachary, welcome onto the podcast.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Eli. It's great. I'm a big fan I've been listening through the past episodes, so I'm grateful to be able to share about Dark Knight Rises, which is my favorite of the trilogy. I don't know if I don't think you knew that going in.
I didn't.
That was my decision for wanting to choose it and talk about it. But yeah, I'm as you shared, I'm a freelance writer. So I just finished up my most recent work. I finished up a stint with Sojourners, which is a faith and justice magazine. It's located out in DC, and I was the online editorial assistant there. But right now I'm back in Chicago, applying, looking at other jobs, hopefully in the film and media lens, but currently freelance for Sojourners, also for Christianity Today and Think Christian. So yeah, definitely faith and film and intersection of that is something I really love. So hopefully we can get into some of that here today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I've read at least one or two of your pieces on Think Christian for movies that I like to jump in and see if there's articles on movies that I want to kind of read some other insights on. So yeah, it's Zachary has definitely some good work thinking about faith and film and that intersection. And so yeah, really cool. Yeah, so what was your kind of journey into loving film and really getting more deeper into film?
Yeah, it's a funny question, as I was kind of thinking through that, because I have to divide my film experience into sort of two eras. So it's pre-Chicken Run and then post Finding Nemo. So I'll break it down in a bit. So growing up, I think the first movie theater experience that I remember was watching the claymation Chicken Run movie, which I think is actually getting a sequel this year, which is the bane of my existence.
Okay.
But anyway, we'll talk about that later. But claymate, it freaked me out as a kid. It still sort of does. Wallace and Gromit. I do not mess with that. I don't want to watch that. I know some people may feel otherwise, but that kept me out of the theater forever. Basically, I watched it was traumatized, my parents would try to take me to the theater, and they would say, like, explicitly say, like, Zach, this isn't Chicken Run. There's no claymation. Like, this is a completely different movie. And my only response would be no chicken. No chicken. I
No
wouldn't
chicken.
that was my automatic response when it was asked. So that was me in movies. I had to find it for most of my, lived experience from what I knew. Then saw Finding Nemo, brought me back to cinema and opened me up, to really wanting to enjoy movies again. So
Yeah.
that's kind of a funny, was, not, don't talk to me about movies, no chicken, right? Gone into Finding Nemo, love the animation, obviously that movie, as you look at it, it more rich, thematically as you get older. And so I'd say, from post Finding Nemo to, like, I guess now where I am, to kind of abridge that gap a bit. I think my dad's a pastor, and so it was fun because I remember when I would hear him give sermons sometimes, and sometimes as a kid you're the sermon illustration, so that happened. But
Right.
sometimes also he would cite films and use that as a sermon illustration. So I remember he used one for Return of the King in general, the third Lord of the Rings movie, that I thought was really, I just thought was really fascinating and neat, and I think opened my mind up to movies as being more than just entertainment. That they could have lessons for life. They could, it's not just something you turn on and then turn your brain off, right? So I'd say it was like a combination of that, and then really coming to college where I met a bunch of people in, like, the Christian fellowship that I was a part of, and also writing for the school newspaper, being able to try my hand at doing some movie reviews there. That really kind of got me into, like, thinking about film, talking about film, writing about film. So yeah, that's kind of like a journey a little bit.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. No chicken. I'll have to remember that. That's I'll have to remember that when I'm showing my son movies.
Yeah.
Make sure I explain claymation. Actually, he's seen, like, the Christmas ones, like the Rankin Bass ones. So like Rudolph and whatnot.
Yeah.
He liked those okay. So maybe he's not turned off by the claymation.
I know. Hey, he'll have a better he'll be a bigger cinephile than me, I'm sure, because like I said, that kept me out of it for a bit. So sorry to all the Chicken Run claymation lovers who are
There's some fans out there. The Chicken Run, I think it's fine. I'm not, like, I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but it's it's a fine movie.
Exactly. Maybe if this Halloween, that'll be the spooky movie that I watch.
Chicken, or
that'll be, I'll have ascended, I'll character development by watching it. So
your Spooktober movie watching will be all claymation.
That now that you give me the idea, I'm like, I don't want to, but this is what it means to.
You got to face your fears, like Bruce Wayne, right?
That's exactly, everyone has their own battles. That's exactly true. Some you have to climb out of a pit with a broken back. Some people you got to watch claymation. So
right, we all have our own battles.
We all have our own battles, exactly.
Yeah, with that in mind, I was wondering, I always like to ask my guests what their introduction was to the director of choice. Do you remember, like, the first Nolan movie you saw?
Yes, and it's actually interesting because I'd say when I listened to the Batman Begins episode that you did with Drew, and so that was the first Nolan film that I watched. But interestingly, I think interestingly though, I'd say my first introduction to, like, who this Christopher Nolan guy was as a whole was through The Dark Knight, and I'll explain that in a sec. Where because I remember one night, when the movie had come out, this was 2008, so I was probably 11 or 10 at the time, and my parents hired a babysitter for my younger brother and me because they were going to go on a date night to watch this film. And I remember asking them, "Oh, what movie are you seeing?" And they're like, "Oh, it's this Batman film called The Dark Knight." And at that point, I had seen my Batman in my mind was there was this Warner Bros. Animation show called The Batman. So it's 2004 to 2008, kind of more like an anime style. So it was that, and then the like Justice League Unlimited. So I know for a lot of people it was Batman the Animated Series, which I still
Mhm.
haven't seen, so I should really fix that. But those two were my incarnations of Batman, the
Yeah.
Batman, and the DCAU shows. And so I remember being like, "Oh, I want to go see this movie with you guys," and they're like, "No, like we're gonna do this." Stay at home. So I
Yeah.
remember, they came back and, of course I was like mad that I didn't go, but I'm like, I want to hear about it. So I remember asking them being like, hey, like, how was the film? And they liked it, but they were like, no way are you going to see this until you're older. And I remember being really frustrated, right? Because I was like,
Yeah.
no, it's like a Batman film, like I've seen the
Mhm.
cartoons all the time, and like, and and they're like, well, it's with Joker, and I'm like, no, but like Joker's in the shows, too, and they were like,
Yeah.
no, but like Joker here like uses knives, he doesn't
Mhm.
use chemicals or Joker venom, even then I remember being like, who is this Chris Nolan guy? Like Joker
Yeah.
using knives, like he hasn't read the comics, obviously he hasn't seen this shit. So I remember like my little beef with Chris Nolan was, I was able to see, he was ruining the Batman mythos and the characters, and my parents were like, you can watch Batman Begins, to start, and maybe when you're older you can see Dark Knight. So yeah,
Yeah.
long way of answering your question, but it was funny. I'd say like Dark Knight was when I first learned this was a thing, and then I saw Batman Begins later as like my core.
Yeah. 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 It's funny. Batman Begins is kind of like the scarier of the two, I would say.
Yeah,
With like Scarecrow and like the fear gas.
totally.
Yeah, I guess like Dark Knight is more like psychologically like kind of like not great for younger kids,
Younger.
maybe. So
Well,
yeah, I totally
yeah.
get that. But yeah.
I remember people being like, this probably could be rated R, even if they either
Yeah.
decided to show more or just like even thematic. Like I remember people being surprised that it got a PG-13 because they felt like it was so dark and mature, And so I remember,
Yeah.
so it was a while before I actually saw the dark. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and we talked a little bit about, which the Dark Knight episode hasn't released yet at the time that we're recording, but we did
Right.
talk about like how he just like the way they edited it was like they cut at like just the briefest moment before it would have been R, like rated R,
Right.
like with like some of the stuff Joker does and
Oh, totally.
like breaking people's necks and stuff, like
Oh yeah.
yeah, but it'll like cut away right before he does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you obviously saw The Dark Knight Rises eventually.
Yes.
And yeah, jumped into at what point did you kind of like finish the trilogy? Had you seen the other two by the time Dark Knight Rises came out in theaters?
Yes, I had, and definitely gaps in between. So I think, like I said, Batman Begins, the first one, probably saw, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises in the same year, which is funny to
Yeah.
think about because that's like, a 5-year gap from when Dark Knight and then Dark Knight Rises came out. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was like, oh, like old enough now, the new one's coming out, hype machine's up there. It's like, this is the
Oh, yeah.
time to watch it and,
Mhm.
and cover this thing that I wasn't able to see before. So yeah, but
Yeah.
I did. So it was like Batman Begins, long gap, and then kind of those two probably in the same year.
Yeah. Yeah, I have like a pretty distinct memory. I was in college when Dark Knight Rises came out, and I have a memory because I worked at a conference center / campground
Mhm.
kind of place in Ridgecrest, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Which is like 30 minutes outside of Asheville. But like for 2 summers in college. And so I was up there, and both summers we went and saw like a midnight premiere one night, like,
That's
me
great.
and the other like conference center staff. And yeah, it was, so the first summer that I was there was The Dark Knight Rises is the one we went to. And it was
Yeah.
like at a huge, like probably like AMC 16,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like all the theaters were showing The Dark Knight Rises at midnight, and so like you didn't even like have tickets to a certain like theater. It was just like you
It's
have a
just
ticket and you go find one of the theaters.
theaters.
And it was, I remember like going to the bathroom and like washing my hands next to like people dressed up like the Joker and stuff. Like, it's
Right, right.
but yeah. And so I have like a very distinct memory of that,
Yeah.
that time. The second summer was actually, I think Deathly Hallows Part 2, like the last Harry
Yeah,
Potter,
that's right.
was the year after that. And that's the one we saw for that. So I have like those memories of going with my, you know, camp staff friends. And so that was really fun. But yeah, it also like we went on like the midnight premiere. And so, you know, you kind of like start hearing later about all the like stuff with the shooting and whatnot.
Exactly. I was about to ask.
Yeah. So that it's kind of like surreal to think back on that kind of like changed movie going for a while. In a way. Like I feel like people were kind of, you know, iffy about movie going and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, really unfortunate. Yeah. We actually had a theater shooting here in Lafayette, Louisiana, where I live, back in like 2015 or I want to say. And I was actually like at a Bible study with some friends in the apartments that are right next to the theater. And so me and my friend that was the pastor of the church, we kind of like walked over there and we're like, you know, praying with people and stuff. And so like I don't know, it's just kind of like that those like are connected in my mind. But yeah, it's just like really like yeah, just really like unfortunate that took place, and that's connected to such a really like amazing, fun, cool, you know, trilogy that Christopher Nolan made. And it's which we'll get to it, but still somehow this movie made a lot of money despite that.
Yeah, it was interesting because I remember before the shootings happened, a lot of the debate. I mean, I know like DC Marvel fandom is like still, you know, they fight about things, but I know, you know, Avengers had come out the year before, and then you know, which was like the culmination of, you know, the first phase of the MCU at the time, which is crazy to think about now, right? But and then you know,
actually the same year. It was the same year.
Oh, the same year. Oh, well, then in that case, it was the same year. I keep in my mind, I was just like, but that makes more sense. It was the same, right? It's 2012. I keep thinking Dark Knight Rises is 2013. That would have been Iron Man 3, but no, you're right. You're so right. Dark Knight Rises and Avengers is both in 2012. So I remember, the question being like, which movie's going to outgross the other, you know? And it's this, you know, like, you know, before the Oppenheimer or Barbenheimer thing, I'm sure it was just like, oh, we're getting like two huge DC, you know, movies from the biggest comic book, you know, brands at the same time. So I remember that being a huge discussion. And then, and then once the shootings happened in Aurora, it would, you know, the conversation shifted, of course. But I remember that too. So
yeah. Did you happen to look up which movie ended up making more? I don't even remember.
I think it was Avengers. Yeah, I think
you're right.
Yeah, because I think, and you know, partly
because I think it outgrossed Dark Knight.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking here. Yeah, it's looking like, I mean, just from a quick Wikipedia, it's like 1.5 billion for the Avengers, and then you know, 1 billion for Dark Knight Rises, which is still pretty. You know, that's the highest of Nolan's career so far, and you know, I think of all the Batman films too, it's the highest.
Yeah, Dark Knight did break 1 billion also.
Okay.
But I think Dark Knight Rises did surpass it by a little bit. But yeah,
I'm seeing these Oppenheimer numbers, and I'm like, oh no, maybe, you know,
it stayed in theaters for a long time here. But it finally, like when The Creator came out, it finally dropped out of the theaters here this past weekend. It was still in theaters. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. those IMAX screens,
which we don't have an IMAX. We have like the it's like GPX or whatever. It's kind of like the poor man's IMAX theaters. Yeah. But it's the kind of history with Dark Knight Rises is a little, I guess it's a little less involved from my research than what went into Batman Begins and Dark Knight and the Dark Knight. But one of the things that I do know is that like Nolan was always like a little bit reluctant to make another one. It was kind of like this thing where he made Batman Begins, and then he was like, okay, I'm probably good. And then they wanted him to do one more, and he was like, it didn't take much convincing, but a little bit. He was like, okay, I want to do the Joker. That'll be fun. And then this one took like more convincing to bring him back to do it, sort of thing. But yeah, which is kind of like makes sense with his style, I guess, of like wanting to write original stuff. But yeah, it definitely he did one of the things he did with this trilogy that I thought was like just really like smart and made it probably even better than it maybe should have been, is like if the studio had more like say, is like he took those breaks in between. So like he would have like 4 years in between these movies, really. Because he would make another movie in between. He did, The Prestige in between the first two, and then Inception between Dark Knight and this.
Yeah, which is crazy to think about, It's like, really just as like in between, I'm gonna just drop 2 bangers in a row, and I'm like, I like your sir. I always forget he released Inception before Dark Knight Rises. It's like it was that. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah,
it's crazy.
So cool.
It's and it's like just as big of a movie. I feel like
totally.
Like it kind of like it really like so one of the things with this movie was like he kind of was like, it's got to be bigger. We made we made the Dark Knight like bigger than Batman Begins, and it won't make sense to go backwards, so we have to like make this one even bigger. But really like Inception was like I wouldn't say it's bigger than Inception. It's kind of like he actually made the step up as far as like a big, huge, wide-ranging movie with Inception before getting to this one. So I wouldn't say Inception was like the trial run though for this. Because it's a totally different thing. But
totally different.
Yeah.
But I love what you were sharing too, because I was in some of the notes that I was looking at too, like recalcitrance of it. I think I remember him saying how many good third movies in a franchise can people name?
Yeah.
Right? Which I was like, so even his own cognizance and awareness of like, are we just doing this because we have to, and like that desire to really invest in a story. And I in another article I was reading, he said that I think that the headline, right, was like, the Dark Knight, Chris Nolan says the Dark Knight trilogy couldn't be made in this time, but made in this day and age. And looking at his comments, it wasn't like even pretentious tone in the way that was phrased. It was really just like, we had the luxury and privilege to really let things marinate and develop. And I had this line that I love where he said, we had the privilege and advantage to develop as people and as storytellers, and then bring the family back together. And I never thought about like for him as like a filmmaker or his crew, his producers, the cast, even like allowing themselves to just grow as people first, and the projects that they did, and then they're bringing in a way the best version of themselves, have more fully formed, if they just like, all right, we're gonna jump right into production on this after we wrap up the next one. So that like slow cooker type of mentality is really good. So, and you really see that.
Yeah, and we even talked on last week's episode on Inception. He kind of had this moment where he took a break in like a vacation with his family after they finished The Dark Knight, and he kind of had this moment where like he finally made, because he had been kind of like dabbling in the Inception script for years, and he had this moment where he finally like was able to figure out like the emotional kind of center of the movie, and he kind of talks about how like he wasn't ready to make that movie yet until that point, kind of in his just growth as a person. So yeah, and then like what you were saying about this movie, like, and really just like the trilogy in general of like having the, I guess like both like integrity and like, I don't know, just wherewithal to think through like, oh, we need to make sure we're not just making something without purpose, but make sure we're which that's something that he is very like, he thinks through. From what I've gained in my research is like he always wants to make sure there's like a purpose behind something. So he's like, even when he's like working in cliches, he wants to make sure there's like a purpose behind, whether it's a technique or a plot structure or that sort of thing. So he wrote this with Goyer, David Goyer, who he wrote the first two with, and then Jonathan Nolan came on for this one. I'm pretty sure he was on for Dark Knight too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember looking at that, but yeah, they started kind of
write the screenplay a bit.
Yep. Right. Yeah, cool. So I kind of read how they started exploring like what they might do with the finale in 2008. Like, I guess kind of as they were wrapping on The Dark Knight, they started kind of like, I think I read that they kind of just had like bullet point ideas written down on index cards sort of thing. And then I'm pretty sure it was one of those things where he kind of like, him and Goyer kind of came up with the main thrust of the story, and then he kind of like threw it to Jonathan to start writing the script, because obviously he's like, I'm jumping in head first into Inception, so I can't really work hard on this script, which is a similar thing that he did with The Prestige. He really wanted to make The Prestige, but then he got the Batman Begins gig, and so he kind of entrusted it to Jonathan to start writing on that movie. I really think I think Jonathan Nolan brings like a good insight into the writing. It seems like in general, I wouldn't say it's like necessarily better than when Nolan is writing on his own, but it just brings something different to the table. They kind of like, they have different ideas of what to do. Like, I know for this one in particular, Jonathan is the one that kind of was like, hey, you know, I really feel like this should be like an epic, like the Iliad, like some Homer, like Iliad or Odyssey. And he brought up like A Tale of Two Cities.
That's right.
And was like, you know, I feel like this kind of idea of revolution, we can draw from that, from that Dickens novel. And so like, really that kind of like was the thrust behind a lot of the atmosphere of the movie, I guess. Not necessarily the plot, but the atmosphere for sure. Was very much driven by that idea, which is something like Jonathan brought to the table. So yeah, just that idea of like writing with someone and like having your ideas like come together, I think is really cool. It's a cool thing that happens that's in a way you can be like unique to certain art forms like film. Like, I guess music can be similar, like coming together with others to like write music, where your different ideas come together to like make something interesting and beautiful. And film, I feel like, is very much, but to an even greater degree, like that,
Yeah.
because you have so many different aspects of a movie that you have to like have people give input on and make and create. But yeah.
No, that's interesting because I feel like I know, and maybe we'll get into this in the production side of things as well, but I know that I think news came out recently, or maybe this was also shared in the past, but how like the studio really wanted Riddler as the villain, and
Yep.
specifically Leonardo DiCaprio to play the Riddler, and
Yeah.
so I thought that was interesting that that was a trend of the time to like have these like high profile actors sign on as like this huge villain for like a one picture deal maybe or something like that. But I like how, like you were saying in the collaboration process, like thinking about what Jonathan Nolan brought to like the revolution, like the Tale of Two Cities aspect. Like it's hard to think about Riddler fitting into that. It makes more sense to have like a militaristic Bane type of antagonist that's there. So I loved how even for both Chris and Jonathan, there was this idea of like, we want to prioritize the story, and if the story's leading us this way, that'll dictate who the antagonist is, right? As opposed to like, we want XYZ. I mean, I'm sure what Nolan would have done with Riddler would have been great. I'm sure it would have been would have been cool. But like, I like how he was thinking about it from a character and, like you said, story perspective first and foremost, and the fact that he and his brother were on the same page to bring them forward makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, and he kind of talked about how Riddler was too like similar to Joker. I mean, they have their own nuances, but the way that it would work, like story wise, would be kind of too much in the same vein. And yeah, he did have like kind of creative debates with WB over that. That's right. For sure.
Yeah.
But as we know, from the get-go, he kind of like was able to have his way with what he wanted to do with these, which is impressive in its own right. But but yeah, I think it was Goyer. Well, obviously, so probably should mention, Heath Ledger, before he passed, had actually like expressed interest in coming back on to the project, and that unfortunately it wasn't able to happen, and Nolan was smart to kind of leave that as Ledger's legacy, as the Joker, because I think there was some talk when this was coming out, it was like, oh, is he going to use some archive footage and stuff like that, and I think it was probably the best decision to kind of like just let that be a legacy and leave it be. But yeah, I think it was Goyer that suggested Bane. Nice. And Nolan at first was like kind of like, I don't know, because there was a Bane in Batman and Robin, the Joel Schumacher, and it was played by Jeep Swenson, who was like a pro wrestler, and it was just kind of like even dumber version of the Hulk, like Bane smash kind of thing. Right. And so like Nolan was like, I don't know about this Bane guy. Right. And Goyer, he's a comic book guy, and so he was like, no, trust me, like that's a bad version of Bane. And which Bane at that point, I think I read he was introduced in like 1993. So he really like wasn't that seasoned of a Batman villain. And one of the things that Nolan wanted for this character was like a physical match for Batman. And so Goyer brought Bane to the table, and they kind of like, I'm sure he kind of like showed Nolan some like work of him in the comics, and Nolan was kind of like, yeah, okay, I can see it now,
right,
sort of thing. But yeah, they were. I feel like they were really able to use him as that like physical match for Batman, and kind of like his mirror image of like, because both coming out of the League of Shadows and that sort of thing. and then too, like you were saying, like that militaristic kind of villain that you need, he was perfect for. And like
Yeah.
even like the theatrics of the way he operates fits that like Homer epic kind of
Totally.
style that they were going for. I had read somewhere that like Joker was Gotham's id. In psychological terms, id is like the force of nature, kind of part of who we are, instinct. And it said if Joker is Gotham's id, then Bane is Gotham's superego, which the superego I think is like supposed to be the thing that kind of brings you shame and guilt.
Interesting.
And so that's kind of like how like Bane is operating. He's like
totally
like bringing like military style shame and guilt upon Gotham, like making them reckon. I think he even says like something about being a reckoning for Gotham,
right?
Which is, that's what that means, is like he's showing them their flaws, like he's showing them the depths of who they are. So I thought that was a cool like way to think about it, psychological terms.
That scene where which I know we'll get into later when we're kind of going through plot points, but just that scene when he's reading Commissioner Gordon's letter, like, still gets me every time. It's like there's just something. It's like, don't air the dirty laundry, man. Like Gordon was gonna do it. Like, it's about not awakening things before their time. And it's just like him, like, so like they're very much like, look at the underbelly. We're just exposing what's there. That's a great way to think about it. And I never considered the philosophical lens to the antagonists of the franchise. The trilogy. So
yeah, and I hadn't thought about it in those terms until I read that. I think that was in I have like the Christopher Nolan iconic filmmakers series on him, and it was in there, which I don't know if he might have sourced it from somewhere else. A lot of the stuff that he uses comes from another book I'm reading called The Nolan Variations by Tom Schoen. And it's a like very expansive, like I can hold it up to the camera, like it's a thick, pretty thick book. Like, and it, like, by the way, reads very well. It's not like reading just like information. It's like very well written and like, and like thoughtful, a very like thoughtful read. Yeah, so like we were saying before, he kind of was like, I can't go backwards. It has to be bigger. And like the budget was bigger, the runtime was bigger, the like amount of villains was more, the stunts were bigger, the vehicles were bigger, like everything, like the plot itself was bigger. Everything was bigger about this movie. And I love this quote that I saw from Nolan. He said, when you take on these icons, you are allowed to indulge in this grand scale storytelling that you can't in other genres. And I just liked that idea of like, I'm taking this like iconography in like this superhero, and like, since I'm doing that, he's such a big figure, I can make this like grand story out of him. Sort of in the way that like the Greeks and Romans made those grand stories about like their icons. Because it's such an iconic figure, the scale of story can just be so much more expansive. And I guess like part of that is just because of people's familiarity with the character. You can kind of like make things bigger than you can with other genres, maybe.
No, and it's interesting to think, because I love that point, because it felt, I mean, and I'm trying to, I don't know if maybe you remember this more, just because I know you were seeing it at midnight as well, when the screenings, but I feel like it's interesting to look at so much of the structure of the film and how there's this like crescendo and rising of like, when's Batman gonna show up, and like there's this void. And I even that scene with like the two police officers, where like the younger ones like just uptight, confused about what's going on. The older one's just like the older one being like an audience surrogate of like, oh, we're in for like a treat,
Yeah.
and like the way Nolan like is building to that, Batman's entrance is great. And it's funny because I listening to the Batman Begins podcast episode you did, I like checked the time, and I think it's about like almost at the 50-minute mark when Batman shows up again, and like it as the costume character in the Dark Knight Rises. And it made me think about how like in that first one it's like almost an hour, right, by the time Batman himself shows up again. So it was a cool like parallel, and callback. I don't know how intentional maybe the timing was, but like that like just such a great way of like with the audience, like growing with the audience. Like I know for me being like, oh, I'm like so hyped to see Batman on screen again, and building these like larger than life mythos and these icons and symbols that are there. So I feel like even in like the way the character was shown, like that was super evident, and the care that was there too, which was really fun. But
it's it I feel like it probably does, like maybe not intentional in the exact like moment in the runtime, but like probably definitely mirroring Batman Begins in that like we're not going to have him in the suit and cowl for a while sort of thing.
Right.
Just that idea of him dealing with himself like in his own like issues before he dons the the Bat gear again. I did I had some like influences written down. The influences are always interesting for Nolan's movies because he has like a few that are like staples, which I didn't see Blade Runner brought up with this one, but a lot of his movies he brings up Blade Runner. It didn't come up here, but he always, even though he has those few that are like his generic like this movie influences all of my movies, he has like there always seems to be like some unique influences like that he has for each film. Like this one, we already mentioned like the kind of literary in Dickens' Tale of Two Cities, with like kind of transplanting the French Revolution into Gotham sort of thing. And even like my wife actually just read A Tale of Two Cities. I've never read it. She like literally finished A Tale of Two Cities a few days before I rewatched this movie for the episode, and then like was reading, and I was like, hey, did you know that Dark Knight Rises was like influenced some by A Tale of Two Cities? And so I was like bouncing stuff off of her to figure out like what exactly influenced it. And there actually are some like plot point stuff that is sort of like, it's like definitely influence and not adaptation. Like if that's like a spectrum, it's definitely way towards the influence side than the adaptation side. But yeah, like just as far as like some of the character relationships and you have like the ending seemed like, from what she was telling me, seems like it was kind of like had some Tale of Two Cities influence with like a person that was supposed to be gone, kind of finding their place somewhere else, and someone that knew them from their other life, like seeing them in another place, sort of thing.
Or like then even that idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just even that idea of like, I think at the end of Tale of Two Cities, like the character swaps places with another person, so there's this like idea of like Batman has died, right? Bruce Wayne, it's just some extent I'm assuming Bruce Wayne, in terms of like how Gotham and the world is seeing him, but then he's showing up later, like different person, able to like step into like the rebirth and live a different life based off the sacrificing of his old self, so it was like, oh yeah, like I can see how some of that tracks and checks out, so that's really cool.
And even like Gordon quotes Tale of Two Cities at the funeral for Bruce, which I can't remember how the quote goes. It's but yeah, it's when I heard him reading it with the thought of like this being influenced by A Tale of Two Cities in the back of my mind, he was like reading that quote, and I was like, I bet that's from A Tale of Two Cities. It sounds like Dickens. And I looked it up, and I was like, yep. It was.
Right, I know. They should have just opened with it was the best of times, it was the worst of times,
Yeah.
at the start of the movie, just to really nail that home,
Yeah.
just to like,
In
this
a
is
sense, they
based
did.
inspired. Yeah, no, honestly, now that you think about it, with like his speech and the plane takeover, that's like that's a good point.
Yeah, because it's like all the stuff is cleaned up, but like, so it's like the best of times, but also like there's this underbelly of like the poor that are like being like subjugated and like under the Dent Act, like the prosperous are becoming more prosperous and the poor are becoming more poor, and so like it's like the best of times because there's less crime, but also the worst of times because the social gaps are becoming wider.
That's right.
And it's built on a lie and all that stuff.
There we go.
So, I hadn't really thought about that until you said that.
Yeah. No,
really
just you sing the lines. I was like, oh yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
The other like literary was I've never read any of these works, but like it's kind of like pulp, the old like pulp writings, like pulp mysteries and stuff of James M. Cain and Dashiell Hammett. So maybe there's someone out there listening that knows those writers. I did not. I had to look them up. I didn't really recognize any of their work. But they were like pulp writers writing like mysteries and that sort of thing. And I think it's just like kind of like the air and atmosphere of their writing was sort of like influential. Some of the like movie influences, of course, you have like he likes to throw a little bit of Bond in all of his movies. He's a big Bond fan, which I saw recently that there's a rumor that he's like in works to direct 2 Bond films. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but
it's interesting because I think the contention, because I saw that too, is like he wants to make them period pieces, but then the studio or whoever
like 50s.
wants them to. The studio wants it modern. I'm like, sounds about right. I'm like, I could see Nolan being like, you got to go to the past, man. And then they're like, no, we want it modern. So it's sounds like it could be true, but who knows? But that'll be interesting. Yeah.
It's one of those. I would bet that like if they really like are wanting to go in a different direction than he wants to go, if the rumors are true, then I would think he probably would just be like, I'm good. I would want to do it my way, and if you're not going to let me, then I'm good. See ya.
Exactly.
I do know he parted ways with Warner Brothers. I can't remember what movie that was. It was a more recent one, and maybe like for Tenet was maybe his first one outside of Warner Brothers.
I think actually he was disappointed with how Warner Bros. Handled Tenet's release and just the HBO Max stuff in general. So I think that's when with Oppenheimer he's like, we're jumping to Universal.
Yeah, now that you say that,
Tenet was like the break, like the way that was handled. I'm sure did not. It was not a good. I'm happy.
For sure. Yeah, some of the like film and other film influences, like I mentioned Bond. He has a little bit of that. The opening sequence is like very Bond. I feel like, and then like the kind of like race against the clock ending is very like Bond feeling. But he also he mentioned Dr. Zhivago, which I've never seen, but it has like it's this like idea of Moscow transformed by revolution, and you have like empty streets and crowded interiors and this like cold Russian winter, and so you can kind of see how like once the Bane Gotham gets set in place, like you can kind of see that influence probably there. If you have seen Dr. Zhivago, I should probably add it to the list of movies to watch. But
I haven't heard of that till now, so that's
new to me. Then he talked about like disaster films, like the one he mentioned was The Towering Inferno, another I haven't seen. You have like the Battle of Algiers, which is kind of a docudrama about the Algerian people kind of like uprising against the French, the French occupiers. And so like there's probably a lot of like the idea of like revolution that's influenced like that influences in this movie, which all of these movies that I've mentioned so far I haven't seen, and so I can only like speak so much into how much they influenced it. But the Battle of Algiers is probably the one that I feel like I should see the most out of those. It's supposed to be like a phenomenal film. And then Fritz Lang's Metropolis, which I think I mentioned probably in Batman Begins. But yeah, not only like, so in Batman Begins, probably mostly talked about like the look. So that idea of like architecture and theme going together is very much in Metropolis, which I actually watched probably like just a few months ago for the first time, and is really a phenomenal movie. If you've never seen it.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about it, and I know like the score is great, and everything. So it's on my list to see.
Yeah, but then also like this one even has I think more influence than Batman Begins, because it's that idea, like one of the big things in Metropolis is that like the social status of the people is like made literal. So you have like the rich people like in these really high buildings up, like they're looking out over the city out of their like windows, and then like the poor people are literally like slaves beneath the city. And so like that idea is definitely like influential here with you have the poor people ending up like in the sewers working for Bane, and you have the rich people kind of like up in their towers in Gotham sort of thing. So yeah, that was something like when I read that I was like, oh, that is absolutely an influence. Like I should have thought about that when I was watching this. It never occurred to me until I read it. But yeah, the other really like other influences you have like the Nightfall comic, which is where Bane breaks Batman's back in the comics. Right. So there's definitely that influence there, which I've never read that story. It's always like I'll be like at a bookstore or something and I'll see it and I'll be like, man, that looks good, I need to read that. And I just haven't. It's a long one. It's one of the longer story
Is that
arcs.
the one too where like Azrael or someone like when someone steps in to like take over as Batman, I think, for a bit?
That sounds right, maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. That like iconic, that like comic book shot where he's like breaking Batman's back.
Yeah. And he mentioned too Kurtz in Apocalypse Now. That kind of the Marlon Brando character in Apocalypse Now is like he has this very like I don't know, that I can kind of see the influence there, but also like Kurtz is a very like iconic figure in his own right. He's like very menacing in a way that's different than Bane, because a lot of it is in his face and his facial expressions, which you don't get with Bane. So the vocalization though, he like Brando is going with a very like particular vocalization, and so like maybe that idea of like the way you're choosing to like use your voice maybe could be in the way that you're menacing, maybe. I don't know. The only other thing that I had in the notes was just Howard Hughes. So Nolan like popularly has like a Howard Hughes script in a drawer somewhere that he wasn't ever able to do, or at least not yet, because The Aviator came out right when he was working on this script. And so but yeah, the kind of idea of Bruce kind of being like broken down and a recluse, kind of like you can see the Howard Hughes like later in his life kind of influence
Yeah,
there.
right. That's
Yeah, so
interesting.
you can probably see like some of Hughes in a lot of Nolan stuff just because he like has this script he wrote that he's like, well, maybe I'll use bits and pieces here and there of like
Right.
this character.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I was just kind of doing a quick like Wikipedia search at it. That makes on the aviator page, and that yeah, that's really interesting. And
Yeah,
I know that
it's funny just thinking about like that sometimes like even guys like Chris Nolan are like, man, I really wanted to make that movie and that guy got to it first. He like
yeah.
used my idea first, and like how relatable is that? Like, oh, I had this great idea, but
I
someone's already done
know,
it.
right? I'm like, I feel like they should make a group chat. You know what I mean? Like of
Yeah.
some of these directors, they should be like, "Hey, Marty, like just so you know, I call dibs on this. You know, don't do this next time." But
Yeah. Yeah.
Influences too. It was interesting because I was reading, like I know, and this is where you did tie it back to what you're saying about what Jonathan brought to. I don't know if this was Jonathan's direct influence, but I know like other comics were like, or stories were like the No Man's Land comics or Dark Knight Returns, specifically that one where, you know, Batman comes back to Gotham after being away for a long time. So it's neat to like, there are the comic book influences and also like the real life, like the Hughes, you know, story. And those like had interesting marriage when it came to like depicting the characters and stuff. So.
Yeah, and Dark Knight Returns is a very like, it's a icon of a story in and of itself, sort of a really good one. If you're listening and you've never like read that, or there's also the animated adaptation of it.
That's right.
That's really
Also
it's
great.
pretty much like frame for frame from the comic, just animated.
I was gonna ask because I'd seen the films and loved the, you know, the animated ones, but I haven't read the comic yet, so I was wondering how close it was to the comic.
Yeah, they're usually actually the DC, like I guess DC Studios or whoever like kind of produces all those animated adaptations of those story arcs. They're usually like really pretty close to the storyline. Like the only one that I remember recently watching, well, I say recently, I watched it years ago, was The Killing Joke. The story itself is like actually like pretty bare bones. Like there's not a whole lot to it, and they added a bunch of stuff to that to kind of like make it fuller, and like it, in my opinion, doesn't really work well. But yeah, they're usually like pretty spot on between the like the animated movie version and the comic version, from at least from my experience. Like even like The Long Halloween, as expansive as that like story is in the comics, like they did, you know, the part 1 and part 2 of it for the movie, and yeah, it's pretty close to the actual story. But yeah, I do love Dark Knight Returns. It's a great like story arc for sure.
Story arc there. So good.
Yeah. You almost wish like there was more like, I don't know, like you could see it being interesting to take like a Batman Beyond approach a little bit, but we didn't really get that. I guess that's a little bit more a little bit like out of the realism that Christopher Nolan is going for. Having like the kind of Robin stand-in just be like a cop. But yeah, the kid that, you know,
that's right,
finds the old decrepit Batman and gets him to train him.
Exactly. I know. Hey, maybe the DCU will try to adapt that in some way. Who knows?
Oh yeah.
But that's what's fun though, is like to see. Like I remember hearing, you know, the end where like, you know, the John Blake says, oh, like, you know, his legal name's Robin or something. I don't know. Like it can feel kind of cheesy and tacky, but it's just fun, you know. And I'm just like, I like that he's finding ways to like tip his hat to these stories and these comics, and like you said, on his terms. Like it would be, like it makes sense, like you said, for like the Robin character to like be a cop, and like it's not a kid, it's different, and it makes sense for the world that Nolan's created with his characters. So yeah, but I just like, I don't know, for me that was fun. I don't know how people felt about it.
Yeah, it's probably definitely mixed, some mixed response there. I kind of see it as it's like a rare instance of like Nolan being playful with stuff like that.
Exactly.
And so I kind of like, when I watch it, I'm kind of like, oh really? But then like I also like, I'm kind of like, well, like he's having fun. Like it's fun. Like he doesn't do that a ton, that sort of thing. And so like, it's kind of like, I guess like, he can have like a little bit of that cheesiness every once in a while.
Right. Yeah. No. And even, I don't know, like I felt that just without the, even talking about influences for the film, where I felt like if Dark Knight was this like gritty, grounded crime, noir, that those elements also present in Batman Begins, as you talked about. I felt like with Rises, like I don't know, just even having things like the entire police force is trapped under, or like the the world, the Gotham's cut off from the world.
Yeah,
Batman has this flying tank ship. I don't know, like those things felt very much like, yeah, it's realistic. You're kind of pushing it a little bit, but like I said, you're having fun. There's that like mythological, and you were saying the ego, the id, like, or the super ego id, like all those elements. So it felt like Nolan. I don't know if he was just like, you know what, this is the last one. Let's give the people some comic book goodness here that kind of propelled him to do that, because that did feel different, like as grounded as it still was, and it's not like I felt like it was tonal whiplash or anything from the other two movies. This one just felt, there was just a fun aspect to it, even as it was really serious. So I like that you touched on that. So.
Yeah, and I think part of too, like the, it's that expansiveness of it too. Like he's just kind of like, he's expanding it to the point that like it does start to feel more like a comic book movie. Just because it's so big. It's like there's so much like going on, and the personalities are so huge. Like when you think about like Bane's like persona and like Catwoman's persona, and they just kind of have these big personalities that like they're hard to like make more like the characters in Batman Begins, where they're like much more like grounded and or even like Dark Knight. Maybe the Dark Knight for more than Batman Begins, like the characters are more like grounded in reality. Because I don't know how grounded in reality Ra's al Ghul is.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
But yeah, it's these characters that are more like grandiose and have that comic book flair.
As you said.
But too, like, we can probably like get into like production a little bit. The obviously like huge budget, $250 million. If someone wants to give me $250 million to make a movie, I will happily like take that on, in that I will find someone that can make a movie with that much money and like hire them. And then like be along for the ride.
There we go.
That would be my approach. But yeah, if you're listening and you have 250 million sitting around and want to invest it in a movie, like get with me and we'll find the right person for the job.
Exactly. I know. Do it through the Patreon. We'll find creative ways to use it well. So yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But they obviously like shot for a long time, 7 months, and then here's the I guess the connection point to that expansiveness is the locations for this is just like so obviously you have kind of like the exteriors of the pit sequences were shot in India, which that I was trying to think when I read that, I was like, man, there really wasn't a lot of shots of that. So it's almost like they were like, well, we have some extra money. Let's fly a team to
There we
India
go.
and like use some of this budget.
Exactly.
But yeah, India is like the pit, the exterior shots of the
Yeah.
pit, and then
Oh,
you have the opener shot in Scotland, in Glasgow,
Yep.
outside of Glasgow. And I was watching some of the extras on the Blu-ray, and they're just kind of talking about, just thinking about like what they wanted the landscape to be like for that shot, and they landed on Scotland, and which was perfect. And then obviously, like, he goes back to London in the Cardington hangars and builds huge sets in there, and but then like the one thing that like is, so this is something that like I appreciate, but also like have a little bit of like I don't know if I want to say a problem with, or like just like, I don't know, it's kind of like disorienting a bit for me, is the amount of cities that Gotham takes on. Like, so you
I
have,
was noticing that. Yeah.
it's like it's basically for Gotham in this movie. So Gotham in The Dark Knight is Chicago. Like
Right.
I mean, they're shooting on the streets of Chicago.
Yep.
Even the sets they have to build are like Chicago. It's like everything is basically grounded in one place in Chicago. And then you go to The Dark Knight Rises, there's not anything in Chicago. It's all like, it's a mixture of New Jersey, New York City, LA a little bit, and Pittsburgh.
That's right.
Which actually most of it was like, I think there was a higher percentage shot in Pittsburgh than anywhere else. But yeah, it's, so that to me was a little bit disorienting, because especially so Pittsburgh, I guess for me, isn't that noticeable. I wouldn't like see a shot of a city and be like, oh, that's Pittsburgh. But New York City absolutely like is that's that way. And so like when you're jumping from like New York City to Pittsburgh to LA, it's kind of like, wait, where am I?
That's right.
And I don't know, like it just feels like I'm sure, like, I think maybe part of the reason for doing that is kind of like that idea that like Gotham is no city in all cities at the same time. It's like it's its own city, but also like represents all big cities, inner cities like that. That's kind of like the personality of Gotham, is just like, oh, I'm a big city, you know. You think of the big city, that's what I am.
That's interesting.
And so maybe it's that idea that like Gotham is just representative of all like major big cities. But I don't know, to me it's kind of like, it was kind of disorienting, especially on this watch. Maybe that's just me watching with a more critical eye than usual, but I don't know. Did you have any thoughts on that?
No, it's a great point, because I think it was interesting, because I was like, I think even when I saw it, I was like, I thought in my mind, it's the same way I thought this movie came out in 2013. It was like, I was like, oh, for sure, all three movies are filmed in Chicago. So I was like waiting for like, where's the iconic Chicago skyline in this one? You know, and it didn't come. And I was like, what the heck? And then I saw it, and I'm like, oh no, none of this was in Chicago. I'm like, not Transformers was able to film in Chicago, man. I'm like, was that why? Like, but I'm like, no, there wasn't a conflict of interest there, because Transformers came out late, you know. So in my mind, I was like, why didn't he come back? And so I think I felt it mainly in, it was hard to get a sense of place and scale, you know, because the film jumped around. And I did, you know, and it was interesting because in looking at some of the production notes, you know, like, they're saying, you know, they're shooting in different cities in different seasons at different times of day. You know, it's like, it requires so much planning. And like, to their credit, like, you know, they pulled it off. But it does result in like like I don't like, maybe when you see the bridges explode and you kind of get a sense like, okay, like there we kind of see how big Gotham
Mhm.
is, but I don't know, I'm just like, when the bats flying over, I'm like, where's this again? And like,
Yeah.
the car chase with the tumblers and the bat pot, I'm like, I'm kind of getting lost a little bit about where it is. So
Yeah.
I think watching it, I was kind of swept in the spectacle, but then it's like
Right.
afterwards learning, I'm like, okay, actually it makes sense why sometimes I was lost there, because it
Yeah.
was shot in 3 different places in 3 different
Yeah.
settings and 3 different times and all that sort of stuff. So yeah,
There's
that
actually,
makes sense.
I think I was reading, there's a part in the kind of war at the end, the little, police and underworld war there at the end where Batman and Bane are fighting.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, there's a section where Bane like kicks Batman like in the chest and
Mhm.
Batman flies back, and like that is shot in one city, and the steps that Batman lands on are like in another city.
That's
And
so
so
funny. Oh wow.
Bane literally kicks Batman from one city to another.
That's how powerful he is. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's
Which
wild.
I guess like you do kind of like lose that sense of space, which I think is like a, I guess maybe like a nitpick of a flaw for this. But at the same time, like if you're just like letting yourself be swept up by it, like you don't really notice like the difference. Like even in that, like you don't really
Yeah.
notice necessarily like, oh, they were in one city, he kicks them, and now they're in another city.
That's
Like
another city.
unless you're like really like dialed into that,
Yeah.
thinking about it. So like in one sense, it's kind of like, yeah, like you lose your sense of place a bit, but also like the editing is done well enough where like if you just like allow it to like sweep over you, then like you don't necessarily notice. So like it's kind of like a weak point and a strong point at the same time, because you're like,
Yeah.
man, that the editing is actually like pretty good when you think
Mhm.
about you're jumping between different cities in the
Yeah.
editing for the same like scene.
Yeah. Yeah. I like your point though that you made of how, like, when you think of the big city, like you think about Gotham, And so
Yeah.
I like that, like, everywhere, and it's like both everything and nothing in a way at the same time,
Hmm.
because it's the amalgamation of all these different parts. So that, like, and then it ties into, like, I guess you could think about it like, to bring it back to, like, it's not just a tale of 2 cities, it's like a tale of 4 cities, I don't know, or like,
Yeah.
thinking through all the different parts that it was there. But even that idea of like the divisions that exist both within the socioeconomic layer of Gotham, but even in just like physically where this film was shot, there's division,
Yeah.
and there's difference. So it kind of plays into maybe some of that, those tensions there. But once again, maybe I'm
sure.
just like completely reading into this, and that's not what Lee Smith or Nolan had in mind when they were editing and doing this.
Yeah.
But it's a good point that you made, and I like how that's a way I'd like to read it. So
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, well, I don't know that they had this in mind, but also like it's right there in the art. So like, that's a part of art, is like sometimes you communicate things you didn't intend, because you
totally.
have it's a two-way street. Art is, you have
Yeah,
the creator and then the viewer in this case, or the person that's taking in the art, and so
yeah.
you never know how someone is going to interpret it.
Hmm.
Which yeah, it's yeah, I've watched movies in the theaters before where like I really got the sense that the audience wasn't on the same page as the filmmaker,
That's the film.
which is kind of one of those things where I was like, is this the filmmaker's fault or the audience's
Or
fault? And it's kind of like I'm not really sure,
yeah.
yeah. So one of the things that, kind of going off of like the location, which, Nolan does a ton of location shooting, just like the production design on this, he's got Nathan Crowley back,
Mhm.
from he didn't have Nathan Crowley for Inception. Crowley was working on something else at the time. But yeah, he comes back with Nathan, and like I really enjoy Nathan Crowley's like production design stuff. He's worked with Nolan, I think, ever since, I want to say, either Memento or Insomnia, up to this point, with the exception of Inception. And I really like his production design. He does some like really incredible work. So I mentioned like the Cardington hangars outside of London. They use those again, like, so they built I think they built several huge sets in those because those hangars are like, I want to say like 160 feet tall or something like that. And so they're able to build these like humongous sets. Like they built the pit in there, the set for the pit, which was like, I want to say, I remember reading like 70 feet tall. And then they built the sewer, like the Bane layer down there, in the sewer, like this, like, his underground sewer layer, was built in one of those hangars. And then I think like the actual like inside of the prison, the pit prison, was built in there too. And so there's these humongous sets that they built in there. It's really cool. Like if you have the Blu-ray or DVD with the special features, if you don't and are interested, I'm sure like you could probably get it at the library.
I'm thinking about doing that now.
But just watching, like, even if you just like are working and have it on in the background and can like look up every once in a while, it's like watching like these my mind is blank of the term, but where you like film over a long length of time and it goes really time lapse. You can watch like these little time lapse of like the set going up, and it's like really incredible, these humongous sets that they're building. So I thought that was really cool. The pit was like modeled after the there's these, I can't remember what it's called, but the way that the stairs are, like the kind of like overlapping like layered stairs going up, was like modeled after something like in India, like a certain like sort of temple or something like that. And it's really, really like fascinating to look at, but also like has that like Nolan geometric, like very geometrically specific, like set design kind of thing going for it too.
You had shared like MC Escher, right?
Like MC Escher.
So that's like shapes and staircases and things like that.
Yes.
Or like the Jorge Luis Borges, that like the labyrinth and those ideas too, they're all there. So
yeah, which I love. I love that. I love that they're like thinking like at that level when they're like making their sets.
Totally right.
Like even the Batcave, which that one was built at this like on a lot of Sony lot in LA, because they obviously needed like a water tank, and that that lot has a water tank, so they're like, I guess we're gonna build it here, sort of thing. But yeah, the amount of work that went into like, because like when you look at that Batcave, for one, it like is a really good mix of the Batcave in Batman Begins and the kind of bunker in The Dark Knight that he has, where you're kind of like mixing this like earthy cave with like the kind of very geometric like modern look, which I think works really well. And then like you have like the waterfall and the little cube that comes up, that
exactly,
it kind of ends on, even is like they built that to come up like out of the water. And and then like even if you just like look in the backgrounds of the walls, you can see like remains of like kind of pillar structures and stuff. That's like really cool. So yeah, that's one of the things about these, really all of these films, is like just the production design, in my opinion, is just incredible. The amount of work they put into it, it's just really cool.
Handcrafted.
Yeah.
There.
But yeah, the characters have a lot of like design around them too. Like, so the two that I always think of, obviously, with this movie are Bane and Catwoman. Especially Bane, like he has like the costume designer and some of the extra features. She was talking about how she was kind of thinking about, she had like several influences as far as like, she was thinking about like World War II military gear. She was thinking about like French Revolution kind of like clothing. She was thinking about, there was I want to say like I don't know, there was a specific like Middle European country that she had mentioned, like their military kind of gear sort of thing, and like mixing that all together to get like that sheepskin coat jacket sort of thing, that like is a mix of like it kind of has that romantic period feel to it, but also like very military with like the boots and whatnot. And the other thing was his mask, which is a really incredible design, and kind of like when you look at Bane, it's different than he looks like in the comics and stuff. Because in the comics, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of like a full like more luchador looking style.
That's right.
Mask. And because he kind of has like, Bane is pretty sure like Hispanic roots.
Yeah, I was about to say that would fit the character's origin. So yeah, I didn't even think about that connection there.
Yeah, and so but they went with something totally different. And so like one of the things that they brought up that I thought was really cool was Bane's mask. What it covers on his face is like the inverse of what Batman's mask covers. So like for Batman's mask, you're covering everything except like the mouth and jaw area, and for Bane, it's like the inverse of that.
Just that.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Which is like this kind of like way of like making the design match like the mirror images of the two characters sort of thing. That I was like, oh wow, that's really cool. I never thought of that. And then she kind of talked about how like his she wanted it to be like animalistic too, and it really does look like a jaw, like an animal jaw, like kind of ready to like, dig into you.
There's so much going on there with the wiring and everything like that. So it's just continually amazing to think about like how, not because apparently it was really tight, it was like gripping his face. The production designer said. So I was just like, the fact that you not only are wearing this, but like having to act, and like not only act, now do fight scenes in this, like that's a different level of dedication and perseverance to have to do that.
I was waiting while I was watching to like hear if they talked about like how long he was having to wear that at a time. They never really mentioned it, but I was like, man, I wonder how long he's like keeping this on, like over a period of time. Like when they start shooting, is he just like leaving it on most of the time, or does he like take it off in between shoots, or what?
Right.
But yeah, they never mentioned, unfortunately. We'll never know. And then like Catwoman too. Like the way they wanted to keep her. It's funny, Nolan was like weary about doing Bane, but he was also weary about doing Catwoman. Like he was like, I don't know. And I think Jonathan and Goya were like, no, like she's like, she can be like a grounded character. She doesn't have to be like this like out there comic booky sort of thing. but yeah, like the way the goggles, her like night vision goggles flip up to look like
Yeah.
cat ears, that is something that like they kind of like built into the design to kind of like make it like, oh, hey, like she's Catwoman, like nudge nudge,
Right.
without ever really calling her Catwoman.
Right. Yeah. No, it's like I'm just double checking looking at that now. Yeah, it's like the way they're like, we really want to make this like rooted in like in reality. Like how could we get away with the design in a way that like makes sense for
Even to the detail of like they're like, oh, she's a cat burglar, so like she would need to like have the kind of like jeweler magnifying thing to be able to flip down to like inspect jewels. And like, so if you like look closely, you can see like there's these little things that she can like flip down on her goggles to like inspect jewelry to see, I guess, if like, is this real? Should I steal this one? You know?
Right. Yeah.
But yeah. And then like one of the things I thought was cool was she like, the costume designer was talking about how like they were less interested in making like a sexy Catwoman suit and more like practical suit. And so like, which I thought was cool because it's like she is like in that way like Batman, like she has a very like practical suit with like gadgets and like just the way like she has like her little like knives built into her heels sort of thing, and really cool. I think really cool.
Yeah.
And then too, like her wardrobe is versatile because like her character has to like switch personas a lot. And so like the main one I think about is like when she's like the maid at the party at the beginning, and then she's leaving and she's like ripping off like the white stuff to make it look like an elegant dress. It's like, oh, that's pretty like cool, like way to do like her wardrobe matching her switching personas sort of thing.
Exactly. Yeah, or as she says, she's adaptable, or I'm adaptable, you know, and I think that really comes through in those choices there.
Yeah, I also heard Zimmer talking about like his theme for her in the score.
Yeah.
He I love the way he put it. He said, I wanted to make her theme like this elegant piano, and he said he made it like elegant piano but with crooked, morally ambiguous notes. And I was like, oh, because I was like playing it in the extra features as he was saying that, and I was like, oh, I hear it. Like that's really like interesting. Morally ambiguous notes. Like I would have never thought about.
I know. I'm like, I don't even know where to begin with that. So
but I guess that's the way you talk when you're a composer is you have to relate your like particular notes to a certain like, I don't know, theme or emotion or whatever.
Yeah, that's sort of thing.
But yeah, that's really cool. There's a lot. I love, so one of the things that's fun with like Nolan movies like this is you can like talk about your favorite like set pieces or like action sequences. Like, do you have one that stands out for you as far as like your favorite like action set piece?
That of this
putting
film,
you on the spot.
Like, I know. I was gonna say of this film or like
of this film.
Nolan's. Yeah, of this film in particular. You know, it is a good question. I do think that the what is it? When Batman and Bane first fight, I think that's like that one is just so like, even when I was rewatching the film today, I think I just love. I think one, it's just that I like that Batman uses gadgets there, like the smoke bombs and stuff. I don't know. It's like, and like his trying to turn off the lights. Like I feel like sometimes there's this sense like for like a grounded Batman, like we just want to make him like use his fists. But I like how he's like, no, I'm like getting my butt handed to me. We got to throw some smoke bombs here and like dim the. I don't know. So that utility aspect, but just like it's funny because like, you know, with Dark Knight, like he fights Joker, but like Joker's not a fighter. You know, like he's not like gonna give him the same match. And so I feel like I was missing like a good like, you know, you're having these two people go at it. You know, it's like you said, they're like both League of Shadows fighting style, and it's just like it's brutal. They're not pulling their punches when they're doing it. So I thought that was really well done. I mean, you know, sad for the hero, for the protagonist, but it was
Right.
yeah. I think that's my favorite, like choreographed fight scene. I think that's
Oh yeah. Yeah, and they even talked about like with the design of that set, they knew they needed a place for them to fight, and so they actually like built the set with that fight in mind to make sure
yeah.
there was like interesting ways to like frame the fight within that like the set that they built for it. Which is like just another like really cool element of like really like thinking through like, okay, this is like gonna be a huge like middle of the story climax. Like
Yeah.
we need to make everything needs to be like firing on all cylinders, including
Exactly.
the set that they're fighting in. Like
Yeah.
it's a brutal like action sequence. Like the sounds are like very like what's like, I guess visceral is a good word. For like the sounds in that sequence, like just the punching is like in the grunting, and I'm pretty sure they like cut the score for that too.
Yeah, no, I'm like, because I remember like when they're doing it, you know, it like the punch, like you're saying, the punches reverberate throughout because it's like it like rattles. There's like the water that's there, so it's like, and it's, you know, like a cave-ish, you know, so it's like there's this like primal like element that's all there too. You know, they're like both dressed up as characters, like just wailing on each other. So yeah, it's like, or you know, even like the you know, the Bane's like mercenaries watching too. So there's this like arena cage match vibe that's there too. So yeah, it's like it's all very well constructed. But yeah, you're right. The score cut out there. From what I remember.
And it makes it even more like of a brutal like sequence because there's no like score, which like what you kind of talked about earlier, like Nolan does everything with like such purpose. It's like he was like, you know, out of all the sequences to cut this score, like this is the one because it's like it's almost like the punches and the grunts and stuff is like the music for that sequence.
So true. Right.
Yeah.
And then it ends with the back crack, you know, and like that's
which
how
is
we
brutal.
end, you know, that time. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's hard not to pick like that opening sequence.
True.
Just because like I don't know, it's just such a fun sequence. Like probably like I don't know, for one, like it's an interesting way to introduce a villain. I would say like they were definitely going for like a similar like villain introduction that they accomplished with Joker for that opening sequence. I don't think it's quite like as good as that opening sequence for Joker. But as far as like an action sequence goes, it's like really good. I mean, they're literally like pulling like plane fuselages, like hauling them through the air on cables. Like it's all real. Like, all of that stuff is real, except for like, there's a few times where they had to like do a little bit of green screen work, but really like they literally had guys like walking on the outside of the plane. They had like the sequences where they're in the plane and it's vertical. Obviously, like they're not flying through the sky for those, but they had like a fuselage built on a rig that could like move and shake around. And so it's still like real, like it's not CGI'd. Except for maybe adding in like the sky. When you look down and you see the sky, like you have to add that in digitally.
If I'm not mistaken, I know not all of the film was shot with IMAX, but I know, you know, Nolan and IMAX, it's like a huge thing. But like that opening scene was shot with that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think so even just like that.
Yeah.
Scale up there.
Yeah. So the Dark Knight was actually the first narrative movie to use IMAX ever. up to that point, it had just been like nature docs using
Yeah,
IMAX.
yeah.
And so like he revolutionized like that use of that technology with The Dark Knight. And then so The Dark Knight had, I want to say 28 minutes shot in IMAX. And this movie has over an hour was shot in IMAX. And so like probably not quite half of the movie, but like almost half of the movie was shot in IMAX. Which is really incredible. He actually once they had finished, I don't know if the whole movie was finished, but they definitely like that opening sequence, which they showed before. He's done this with a few now. Like he did it with The Dark Knight. He did it with this movie. They showed it as like a teaser like scene before a movie in theaters.
Yeah.
In IMAX theaters. And so like this was one of those. But he like brought together some filmmakers, and I can't remember. I had heard or read a list of who was there. I honestly don't remember which filmmakers it was.
But I was reading that list though. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he brought them together and like showed them this sequence and like kind of gave like a speech about like, you know, we need to like, we're filmmakers, we need to like fight for celluloid and shooting on real film, or it's gonna die. And like, really like, he was really starting to go to bat for that with this movie. The IMAX makes just makes it pop so like so much. Like I think my TV is like a 50-inch TV. It's not like huge, but when it switches to those IMAX shots, even like on my 50-inch TV, it's like, wow, this is incredible. This looks incredible. Like it's a very like obvious difference in my opinion. Seeing those shots.
No, that's so true.
But that action sequence is good. Like the thing that I'll always think of when I think of this movie is that shot where Bane is like up in the higher up in the fuselage and like drops down like to right on top of the camera. And it's just like, man, what an awesome shot. What an incredible shot.
That one was great. I know. Yeah. That like, it's so well done. What an entrance for an antagonist. So,
yeah, absolutely. I don't know, I guess one that's like not necessarily like I love it for what it actually is on screen, but just like thinking about like how he actually used like hundreds and hundreds of extras is like the fight, like the brawl in the streets. Like there's so much like CGI work done these days with making crowds and those fight sequences, and they really like did a lot of work. They basically like had an assembly line of like breakfast makeup, like get you out on the street sort of thing for these like, I want to say it was like over 1,000, like 1,100 or something people.
I know. I'm trying to like find the list because I was looking also when they like had the extras for the football game too and everything like that in that scene. But it was a good number. So the
football sequence. They got it was at is that Heinz Field or something like that in Pittsburgh. They got like a ton of people for that. I want to say like the stadium holds like 60 or 80,000. And they got, I want to say, man, I wish I would have written it down.
No, I'm reading the production notes. It was like 11,000.
Yeah,
more than 11,000.
Yeah, they got 11,000 people. That's right. Yeah, I remember it now. Yeah, they got 11,000 people from the city of Pittsburgh to show up for that. And then the way they did it was, because obviously, like when you look at this stadium that holds 60,000 and there's only 11,000, like you have to fill it in CGI somehow. But what they did was they spread everyone out in these sections. So then when they were shooting like this section, they like spread everyone out, and then they did these. They did a ton of like shots like outside the stadium with like the people that showed up in front of a green screen like cheering and stuff, and then they added like them in like to fill in all the gaps. And they actually brought in like a bunch of like Pittsburgh Steelers players and like and then like other like actual football players, maybe not pros, but like people that knew how to play football to like do that sequence. Like Ben Roethlisberger was there, and Troy Polamalu, and Hines Ward is actually the one that returns the kick.
I was just looking at the notes again. I shared. That's so funny that I love that. Like I think like the opposing side, the mayor of Pittsburgh was playing the kicker for like
he was the kicker.
He was the kicker. So it's like, oh, that's what you're saying. So it's like, I love that.
I love that the mayor of Pittsburgh like actually was a kicker in college, and so like he was like, I would love to do the kickoff.
Right. He's like, we can get it on film to prove it.
Yeah. What are the odds that the mayor of your city that you're filming in was a kicker?
Was a kicker. Yeah. No, but like even with your like, I think that's just why like I love the third film so much too. It's just like that like scene of the two factions like swarming each other is like, wow, to think like these are real people doing this, like,
which shouldn't be like that impressive,
exactly.
But it is like people don't do that. People don't do that anymore.
I know, and like it's not only the people, right? It's like you have like the Batmobiles that are there, so it's like the Bat plane, it's like you have so many different parts that are here where it's just like it's such a the planning and the dedication to like really, like you said, and go bigger with the scale. And it's like, no, like we have a $230 million budget. We're gonna do it for things like this is what it's for, and I'm like, yes, thank you for
I think I had heard like, I can't remember if it was Nolan or like maybe Chris Corbold, who's like the special effects coordinator or supervisor. One of them was like talking about how like, well, like we would either spend this money like on like CGI work, or we can like spend it on real people, and it's like kind of comes out to the same. And so like let's just spend it on real people. Yeah. And I think I even saw like in the special features they like actually did like fighting choreography training for about like 500 or 600 of the people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that when or at least a few hundred, so that when they were, they basically like would put those people that were in that training like around Batman and Bane, so that like when you're getting those shots, those closer up shots of Batman and Bane, the like people that are around them like actually have like fighting choreography training like a little bit, they did like a few days.
Instead of just like random, people throwing, which is what I would do if I was there. I would just be like, I don't know how I'm supposed to fight this right now.
Well, that's how like the big, like the huge crowd sequences are. The ton of those people are probably just like, like
they were just running.
They're just like running.
We're just
into
here for
each
a good time, Exactly.
I just love how like Nolan is so interested in making sure like he does as much as possible like with something that's real and like tangible. Like even going back to like the football stadium, they actually like built a raised set on top of the football field with holes in it for like the players to like fall into, literally. So like even like the players falling into a hole was like, there's like a good bit of CGI work obviously in that, but they had like, explosions going off that were real, kind of like air cannon stuff. And, and yeah, players like literally like falling into holes that they built, which is really cool. The other thing that I think is really cool is the bat. The little like, I don't know what to call it. It's like a inverse helicopter because the propellers are on the bottom. Like, like it's definitely like one of the most like futuristic technology things in
Oh,
the whole,
yeah.
I feel like in the whole like trilogy. But yeah, it's really cool. And the way that they like I was talking about, like they did as much real stuff as they could with it. Like obviously like it doesn't actually like fly.
Yeah.
But like there's shots where like they suspend it from a helicopter and like have it fly like that way. There's and then they do a lot of like rig work with it.
Yeah.
And like they'll have it on cranes.
That's right.
The scene where they're like driving through the streets of Pittsburgh there at the end, like the chase, it's like mounted on a truck that's like driving it around that, and it can
Oh,
like
okay.
it has like some hydraulics so it can like move around and pivot and stuff. And then they obviously like they just in post they like CGI work the truck out of it.
Yeah.
But so to me, like that's kind of like the good way to do CGI, like make it actually like moving through the space, and then CGI the thing that's like holding it,
Exactly.
which is really cool because like most of the time it's like the opposite. It's like, oh, instead of like CGing out the thing that's like moving it through the space in reality, we'll just CG the thing in and it's
right.
not actually moving through the space.
Yeah.
But
No.
they even had like an animatronic Batman inside of there. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like model of Christian
Modeled
Bale
in it.
Batman.
That's great. No, it's because even watching it now, I mean, I still find myself like gripped by that fight scene, and I would probably say like after the scene where Batman's fighting Bane, and under in like the sewers of Gotham, sort of thing, like that ending whole fight's probably I love that, but it is interesting because I can when I say like I can tell they were limited by it being real, it's mainly just like it moves as if it's like a real, like, I don't know, like it's not super histrionic. I don't know. It's like
Yeah.
it's like shooting its things, like it destroys some of the vehicles and stuff, but it's not like this soup, like your Oppenheimer explosion type thing, which even
Right.
that, was well done in the film. But like it's like I could see a different version of this from different creatives where they would make it, like maybe like super, like, I don't know, like doing a whole bunch. It just felt like there were limitations, but I kind of liked it more because, like it's like, I know this is a real model that they're using for the most part when they can, and like what they're able to do with like a 3D dimensional object is very impressive. So I will gladly take that over like some computer graphic video game thing where it's like, going hyper speed or doing whatever. And it's like cool, but it's like not, as you said, there's that like real earthy element to the thing. So
Yeah. And anytime there are those moments of like it taking off really fast, like those are like very like sparsely used, and those are CGI'd. Like they did have to CGI it in a few spots, just because like what it was doing was like not possible to do with a rig.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
So,
I read that. Yep.
But yeah, those are actually like really sparsely used. But yeah, just like there's so much you could talk about with the production, like kind of like repurposing the tumblers and like there's some parts where they do like some miniatures, like they built a miniature set of like they couldn't actually like have a tumbler fall through a roof, and so like they had to build a miniature set for that little part where the tumbler falls through.
Oh, really?
So that's cool to see in the behind the scenes. But yeah, there's so much with really like most Christopher Nolan movies, like the production design and special effects is like there's so much to talk about it. You could talk for like hours just on that.
Oh, totally.
But yeah, but alas, we have to like keep things rolling.
Keep the train going.
The only other thing that I had noted was like that Nolan did, like he actually did have to go back in and like remix Bane's voice for this.
Yeah.
Because he did that. He did like some screenings of that opening sequence, and like people were like so like taken out of it because they couldn't understand anything Bane was saying. And when you think about it, like you kind of do have to like hear what he's saying, because it kind of is like both like building his character and kind of like getting you tuned into like what he's up to. And so like you kind of do have to hear what he's saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the constant complaint about Nolan movies is like hearing the vote, like people's voices.
Yeah. I know when like Commissioner Gordon was in the hospital, that was a huge one, you know, when the teaser trailer came out. And yeah, I mean, and it's interesting because you have like that issue with the sound design initially, but then I read that the whole like the chant that that Zimmer used too, like is an incorporation of like people calling in around the world, like to like do a chant, and then Zimmer like mixed them together because it was like a way to give something back to the fans, which I thought was really cool. So it's just like everything about the audio and like what's being said in that film, just like on any level, had to have some hand in it in its production. So yeah, it was just interesting.
Yeah, I did see him talking about like the chant thing and how he came up with it, and it's really interesting. And I think it is cool the way he has the chant, but then he like builds it into the score as kind of like it built, like the score starts to build around like the tempo and like the I guess like the syncope of like how that is moving. Syncopation, I think, is the word I was looking for there. Syncope is the name of Nolan's production company.
I was like, that sounds familiar.
The syncopation of like the like that rhythm of the chant, like the score starts to like build around that, which is really cool. And they're saying like rise. I can't remember what language it is. It's a language that I just can't remember what it is. Yeah, it was cool seeing like him like, it was somebody like teaching them how to say it. in the special features, you have a bunch of dudes just like practicing saying the little words in the chant.
The words, yeah.
But yeah, the Zimmer score here is really good. There's elements that I think are really good. I think the Catwoman theme, like we talked about earlier, was good. The other thing that I think I had heard or read about was how he took the Batman theme, the Batman or Bruce theme one, and like those, it's like two notes, the bum bum, and like in the first two, it's very like big and brassy. Whenever that happens, it's like the bum bum, like Hans Zimmer like signature in Nolan movies kind of sound. But in this one, because of like the state of Batman, he makes it very much more like ethereal sounding. It's not like big and brassy, which I thought was like really cool to like think that through. Okay, like this he's in a different spot in his life. It can't be so like big and in your face, because this is like a broken down Batman. It's 8 years after. We didn't really talk about that yet, but this is set like 8 years after The Dark Knight, which is like a significant amount of time. But yeah, we'll probably jump into that a little bit more. But yeah, this movie really, like, we kind of talked about it earlier, like it really grew, like made a lot of money. It opened July 2012. There's like a undercurrent kind of like critical backlash against it. It's definitely like the least regarded of the three, for sure. critically. But like some of the words I wrote down that I was seeing and some of the like critiques of the time were like that it was too grandiose, that it was murky and confused, that it was like too self-important. Which I think all of those are like fair, but maybe like a little bit, maybe trying to put too much on the movie that it wasn't like going for maybe. But yeah, it made 160 million that first weekend, and grew to $1 billion. It didn't have any Oscar nominations, which
right. I was trying to look into that for the rewards. I was like, this is really interesting. Yeah.
It's like, I get it, but also like it's surprising and not surprising at the same time, I guess. Like, because when you think about like, it wasn't as highly regarded as like The Dark Knight in its time.
Right.
And like, I don't know, like performance wise, like I think today you maybe might see like a nomination for like maybe Anne Hathaway, for like supporting actress or something like that, maybe. And then like I guess the surprising thing is that like it didn't get any like technical nominations.
Yeah. Which we just talked about the production too, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, like you would think it would get like costume design, at least makeup, costume design, or like something. It just, it's surprising that it didn't get anything, especially like technical awards. But
yeah, like I'm seeing like British Academy Film Awards,
yeah, it
Critics'
got like
Choice,
BAFTA
but not
nominations and stuff.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
but
it's like, yeah, that's fascinating. But
yeah, it's funny. Like, so obviously like he ends the trilogy here, and then like he actually does like dabble a little bit in producing for some DC stuff. Like he produced Man of Steel, and I think maybe was either like a producer or executive producer for I think for Batman versus Superman, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then he's kind of like, okay, I'm done with that.
Well, that's is like, I'm like, the fact that Zack Snyder and Christopher Nolan know each other and like have a professional working relationship is just so funny for me to think about. Like, I don't know. It's just like, not because it's just like they just have such different styles and approaches, or I mean, some overlap with the superhero mythology, but I was literally I'm like, the fact that those two have probably like sat down for like a coffee or a beer just to like chat is like, that just makes me laugh and it makes me happy. I don't know. It's just, it's funny to think about for me when I think of those two guys.
Yeah, it is weird. It is a weird mix when you think about like, so Man of Steel, it like they really tried to use that realism idea in it, but also like you have Zack Snyder who like is totally like into making these grandiose like films, and it's like, how did they make that work? Like it seems like totally like clashing of like ideology, like filmmaking ideology.
Right.
Because like when you watch like Zack Snyder's Justice League, you're like, oh yeah, there's nothing about this that feels grounded in reality. Like it's epic and like really fun, but like there's no thinking like, oh yeah, I could see how this could be in the real world.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, definitely for that Man of Steel film. Yeah, I feel like that was like a big draw. Like Christopher Nolan.
The other thing that you kind of brought it up earlier, like the idea of this community that he like brought together to make this, like his like this cast and crew were making these films over the course of like 8 to 10 years, really. And so like, they have, stints where they're working on other stuff, but like really like you kind of like get the feeling that by the end of it, you kind of have like a little like movie making family,
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Which is like awesome to think about. It's something in my West series that I just loved like listening to like the actors and the crew talk about working with Wes, because he's so like about like making community and like building an atmosphere of like creativity and like community and connection.
Yeah.
And just like thinking about like how when directors go back to like working with the same like cast and crew and stuff, and how like you really build this like little family of creatives working together, is really a cool thing when you think about it.
Yeah.
And so, man, I mean, like, and over the course of 8 to 10 years, I mean, you have like, I mean, kids grow up in that in that time span.
Exactly.
And so like you have like, I'm sure like kids of cast members like growing up together, like really cool like to think about just like the family community aspect of that.
Mm-hmm.
And how like it must have felt to like be done, like how surreal it must have
Honestly.
felt, like, oh, like we're done, like we're not making any more Batman movies,
Right.
like
Yeah.
must have been super surreal.
Yeah, to finish that up. I know. And yeah, I mean, I love the like the reliance on longtime collaborators, and just
Mhm.
like, we like you're working with, I don't know, there's always this thing I feel like where, like when as directors get bigger, it's like, I mean, and the people he surround himself with, the talent, like, are all big names already, right? But it's just like,
Yeah.
I just like that, rather than maybe feel the need, like there's that trust in his team, as you're saying, to like deliver something new and fresh as well, like,
Mhm.
just because it's the same people, like it doesn't mean that we're gonna make you making the same thing all the time. It's like we're gonna have everyone's coming in with new fresh ideas that we can bounce off of each other. So
Yeah.
that was really
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what about like performances? Who's like your standout performance for this one?
yeah. I have to say, I think it's kind of sort of two for different reasons, but I think like the first one I think is actually, I really like Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character,
Okay.
James Blake, I think.
James Blake.
But James, I think it's a
Robin.
John. I meant to say James. Yeah, I know it, and it was just, yeah, I know it. I think what I really liked about his was like there was a level. It's something that I appreciate about him, and what is it? And Anne Hathaway's Selena Kyle Catwoman was this idea of very, I think, just the down to earthness of it. I think is really true. Like I just like how from the get go, like, James clocks Bruce is like, I know you're Batman, and like don't try to like BS it or like do something different. He's like, I like that. You're not gonna try to pretend you're not. We're accepting that as reality, and I'm going to ask you questions about it. And I think that almost forwardness and that like the real worldness, like I think it's easy, like when you have a cast of characters, where like some are the very corrupt, like Ben Mendelsohn's character. You have the more like maybe people who are naive or unaware. So I think like to have someone who isn't just Jim Gordon, who like has an element of like realism about the world. It's like it feels like he's a product. He's someone who saw Batman grew up like as he was younger, and like it is stepping into a world where Batman's been a thing before, like it's been an understood factor. And I think I just like that take on it. And I don't know, I know you all saying praises for Michael Caine's Alfred on the Batman Begins episode. Like I just feel like he was just fantastic here too. Like his lines, the earnestness, and like the heartbrokenness and pathos that he brought when he was like finding that balance between like being a caretaker for Bruce, but also like being like, you can't keep doing this to yourself. I don't know. Like, it culminated so well. So I think those are my, like, for different reasons, I really enjoy both of them.
It's funny, like, because Michael Caine is like probably in this one the least out of all three of them.
Exactly.
And he was like, well, I guess if you're gonna like not put me in it as much, I'm gonna like knock it out of the park every
Absolutely
time I'm
knock
on
it out.
screen.
Exactly. Yeah. So
um,
good in it. Yeah.
yeah, like the standout part for me is when he's first telling him about how like he used to dream while he was like on vacation in Florence that he would
Yeah.
like look across and like see him. And dude, like I was getting emotional like hearing Alfred talk to him, because you really like at this point in the trilogy, you know how much he cares for him, and to hear him like express that, just like how much he wants like for Bruce, as just like from person to person, like he just wants Bruce as a person to just like be happy and like have some peace, and like not be like defined and overridden by like fear and guilt and all these other
Yeah.
things, but like he actually like legitimately, and it's felt in the movie over the course of this trilogy, like how much he like legitimately like cares for him like as
Yeah.
a person. And like you don't get that really, like you don't get that much in superhero movies or franchises, like to the
Yeah.
not to the degree that like Michael Caine pulls off this Alfred character, I feel like.
Yeah. Well, and there's even that sense where I was, like, and you look at his character, like he supported Bruce because he knew there was an end date to being back.
Yeah.
Like he's like, it's not like he would like he had fun and was there to be there, was there for him, but like there was almost whether it was spoken or unspoken, like you'll hang up the suit and cowl and be done
Yeah.
with this, right? Like I'm willing to help you since we're like agreed that's the end goal and that's the end game. And then it's like you see it when Bruce tries to go out there again, and Alfred, he's just like that, like betrayal, the sad, like his
Yeah.
line of like, "You're not living, you're just waiting for things to go bad again." Like,
Yeah.
there's just like that. I'm just like, ooh, like you really have you. It's like you feel that for him too, because he's like, I want nothing more than for, like you said, like my, surrogate son in a way to like be free of this, and you're not free from it. You're still shackled by it, and like that's. I don't know. There's like parental notes there as much as he is like the butler and the caretaker. So yeah, very, very touching.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think for me, my like favorite performance is Anne Hathaway.
Yeah.
I think she's fantastic here. Like, just like, I had like written some things like Nolan had liked, like he liked that she had like an instinct for showmanship, which I think comes from being like I think she has like a theater background, if I'm not mistaken. And he said like she has like a dance like quality, I guess maybe in her movements. But I guess just like above all, like just her performance, she's doing so much like acting while acting, which is something I always like really appreciate. And how quickly she can like switch. There's always like a meta feeling when actors are doing that on screen, where, the one that comes to mind is, where she's passing off Bruce's, fingerprints, and the police show up, and she like switches on like this like helpless girl, like save me, and then as soon as like they pass by, she like switches back immediately to like I'm in control like mode. And like that, there's like a bit of a meta element to like when you see actors acting as their characters. But I love that. And she does it like so well.
Totally.
And then but like even beyond that, like the chemistry she has with Bruce, I think really like is important for this film, because you get the sense that she is not like intimidated by Batman or Bruce when he's Bruce. And so like you kind of, you get the feeling that Bruce like starts to kind of like be interested in her because like she's like the one person that is not like intimidated by him.
Yeah,
I mean, other than like Bane isn't. But that's a whole different thing. But she's
Different
like
thing.
the one person that like he can actually like just be fully Batman and fully Bruce, and she's just like totally not intimidated and totally like going toe to toe with him with her like sass and like
her like her oops when she's like caught, that was great. I thought like that, like you said, that switch where she's like, oh, I'm so sorry, like you scared me, to like, what, you know, like, okay, you got me, I don't really care, I'll kick your cane and then leave. Bye. You know, that sort of thing. Like, that was well done.
Oh yeah. And she really does feel like, which we can talk a little bit about it, I guess, is like, it's one of the things that like made me like, I don't know, I was very confused about within the plot of how like Miranda Tate and Bruce like fell for each other, or if they did, or like, that was totally like, I remembered as I was watching, I was like, oh yeah, this happens, and I've always been like totally confused by this.
Confused for this, yeah.
Like, why are they all of a sudden like sleeping together, I guess? Like,
yeah.
I just have never understood that, and there's no chemistry between them. And it's like there's so much chemistry between Bill and Hathaway. And it's like, what is happening here? I don't understand this at all.
Yeah. I will say that because I was about to ask like what you thought of the Miranda Tate, you know, Talia al Ghul character, because that's still the one part in watching it where I'm like, I can appreciate, you know, what was trying to be done there, but it's still like, it's just one of those things I'm like, I guess they both really have a passion for clean energy and saving the world. You know, like, I guess that's all it takes to fall in love. But I'm like, I don't know. It's just like, and I guess I get the betrayal, you know, and like, it's supposed to be this like the slow knife and the twist, and it's a cool way to get bring it full circle with like Ra's al Ghul from the first movie. But it was like it was a baffling part of the movie, and I'm with you there, and it's not something, having literally just watched it today, I'm like, I'm still not quite sure about what it was about. So
it's one of the parts of the movie that just like doesn't work for me. I think the Miranda Tate character is fine, like, but the way that they use her is very strange. Like, I mean, you have Marion Cotillard, who's like a phenomenal actress,
of course,
and she like does really well with the role, but the way they use her is like so strange. Like, she only gets like to actually be Talia al Ghul for like a minute, and then she's dead. So you don't really get to see her like be like an awesome like League of Shadows daughter of Ra's al Ghul kind of character. Like, you don't get to see that. And so it's like, you can't even like fathom that she can be like her father. Like, there's no, I don't know. And it's almost like they just did it so that they could have like a cool twist in the plotting with like, you know, you have all the flashbacks and you think it's Bane, that's the kid, and it turns out it's her. And it's like, okay, like, I guess you got me. You're right. I did think that Bane was the kid, but like, you've kind of just been telling me that it was the whole time, and then at the end, you're like, oh, psych, it wasn't Bane.
Lie. Well, and it's also like, you know, even Nolan was like, I think where, you know, that she was like, you know, I'm excited because Miranda's a new character that I get to play. And it's like, aha, it was not. And I'm like, I don't know, like, even that, I was like, okay, like, I guess she's not a real character. She, you know, she's like not an original character. She's just someone from the comics that I don't know. So there was just a lot of interesting, things.
Like, I think the performance is fine. Like, I don't think it's like she's doing anything like super special, but but the performance is fine. And I don't know, it's just like, I don't totally understand. If she was like just Miranda Tate, it would be fine. It's like, oh yeah, cool. Like, she's wanting to get this clean energy project. It's kind of like a political aspect of the film. Like, especially if like they're trying to make it like, oh, she's trying to like lessen the gap, like the wage gap, between like the upper class and the lower class by doing this clean energy thing. Like there's some like interesting aspects to all that, but like, yeah, just the way they use her and make her Talia al Ghul was like, I don't know. I guess the aspect that I think is like interesting about it is how like she kind of mirrors Bruce's like motivations. Like she wants to, make the city suffer for what it did to her father, and Bruce wants to kind of like clean up the city for what it did to his parents. So there's that connection, I guess, there, but they don't really do much with, they don't do anything with that. It's just kind of like an idea floating out there that isn't really used. But yeah, I don't know. And then like, I remember when it first came out, like I didn't like, I was more like DC fanboy kind of like, critique was like, I didn't like how they made like Bane the like, I guess like the puppet, in a sense. Cause like in the comics, he's like, he kind of like is a mastermind kind of character. He's like very rarely like working for someone else. If I'm, from what I know anyways, I'm sure there's someone out there that knows way more than me that's like, no, you're wrong.
You're right.
And but yeah, that doesn't really bother me anymore, because I'm like, yeah, it's comic book characters. They're changed and twisted and reused in different ways all the time. But yeah, back then I didn't like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, it is interesting because he dies in a very unceremonious way, or it's just like very quick, which like, I don't know, I guess it's like we got to move on with the plot, but it was just like, oh wait, like I guess he's dead now, and we're just it's now we're like focusing on Talia, even though like it was, but they gave us a good fight scene at the end, so I'll give them credit for that. It's like there was an element of like we got him beaten, but it was, I just remember seeing that, I'm like, did he just die? Wait, what? How did that happen? So it was lots of interesting choices too.
Yeah, for sure. Do you like the Bane voice? Are you a fan?
Yeah, it's interesting to think about it now, because it's like, it's very it's been memed so much. I think just like
it's iconic.
Talking about it is iconic. Yeah. So I think probably similar critiques or issues from initial was like, I just had a hard time understanding what he was saying before.
Sure.
But I think once, like, as time went on, I think there's an element like just it's almost he's, like you said, charismatic, a showman. I feel like very funny, and that comes across too. Like I think even his end words, where he's like, "Well, you'll just have to imagine the fire." I don't know, like his delivery of that was just I thought was it made me laugh. I thought so I've grown to like it, I think, but I think initially it just was a little I don't know. It, for me at least, it made sense why he sounded like that. I think like Bale's Batman voice, it's still funny to me to think like there's no like voice, thing modulator in the suit. I think he's just
maybe talking. I don't know. Maybe there is.
Maybe there is. Maybe in the they've explained it, but like it's just funny to think like if there isn't, he's like, the Bruce Wayne is making an active, creative choice to sound like that every time.
Yeah.
But versus for Bane, he's like, I sound like this, but it's like I got my face messed up because I was in the pit, so I can't.
Right.
So that inversion was funny.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he did like have some like voice inspirations. Like the big one was this like bare knuckle fighter that was like a Welsh Irish boxer
Yeah, I
fighter,
saw that. I thought that
Bartley
was so
Gorman.
interesting.
I
Yeah.
looked up some clips to like that were like comparing their voices, and I was like, I mean, I guess I hear it, but like it's not that similar. And so
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess he kind of took the intonations the guy uses and kind of maybe exaggerated it some for the
Yeah.
voice. But yeah, I do love how he has so many like quippy one-liners that are like very much like sound straight out of a comic book.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and yeah, his dialogue and his one-liners are the most like maybe the most comic book thing out of all these movies,
Yeah.
which I actually like. Every time
Right.
he says something, I'm like, oh yeah, that was awesome. you
That was
know,
awesome. Yeah. It's like when you were saying and it's like with Tom Hardy too, because like he's the one who's saying it, like how you Drew was sharing in the Batman Begins one about Liam Neeson, and like it's his delivery that really sells, even if the lines feel very comic booky or cheesy in a way. And I feel like
right?
for Bane, you have my permission to die, right? Or
Hmm.
I was molded in the dark,
Yeah,
I was born in it. Like all those things. I'm like, yeah, like you said, epic. It's great.
epic.
So
Well, yeah,
yeah.
and now that we're talking about it, having just like earlier talked about the kind of like you want this like atmosphere of like a Homer epic, and
Hmm.
like the way he speaks is very like poetic,
Hmm.
which obviously like the Iliad and the Odyssey are poetry and poetry epics, and so like I guess maybe there's a sense in which like it really fits that atmosphere of that like big epic, the way he talks in that like kind of poetic one liner language, which I hadn't thought about before now, but yeah, maybe that's part of like the choice there for that dialogue. um
Yeah, very true. Yeah. It's like, as you said, it's like, and I think it's what Nolan was getting at too, or even when they were building the character, like a physical threat to Batman, which is what they wanted to do, but
mhm.
still very smart and, you know, very much the tactician and the,
Yeah,
thinker. And so that comes across in like the way that's happening. And it's interesting because in the production notes, I was saying how like it's actually choreographing those scenes was not easy, because like you'd think it's like, oh, you're just like talking and fighting, but like that scene where he's like, it's like you have this heavy mask and apparatus and you're like staging these scenes where he's like saying some profound things and he's like crushing your skull. It's like
yeah,
you're like, that actually took a lot of time to like get right and get the tone right.
yeah,
So I'm like, huh, that makes
that makes
sense. I
sense.
didn't think about that.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. And Tom Hardy obviously is doing a lot of like eye acting.
Oh,
um and
through the roof.
it
Yeah.
really is incredible. He really does like convey so much like passion and anger just through his eyes. um like yeah, Tom Hardy is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think um doing a lot with a little, as far as like being able to use his face.
Oh, totally. Wow. Like you said, the inverted Batman mask. So it's like
Yeah,
really just your eyes.
yeah. um yeah, I guess we can like get into a little bit about like just some of the thematic elements of the movie. We're really deep in here already,
Yeah.
but yeah, um, one of the things that like I did really like, kind of scrolling through my notes to find it, yeah, is just like the idea that this is Bruce's like story arc. So like, you know, it's like the wrapping up of his, like what you started with Batman Begins, with his
Hmm.
struggle and his personal like, because at the end of the day, like I even think I heard Jonathan Nolan say like at the end of the day, this is a story arc about a particular character, that
Yeah.
being, Bruce Wayne. And not even Batman, like, but specifically Bruce Wayne. And so like really like this movie would I don't know, it would fail in a sense if it didn't like wrap up his story.
Yeah.
And I really think it does really well, because like here, like you start with Bruce having like kind of a lost sense of purpose, because like for a long time he kind of was addicted to being Batman, and like he can't really be Batman, both like physically and like just I guess maybe logistically with the Dent Act and being on the run and everything. And yeah, he's it's kind of like this journey throughout this movie of like rediscovering the will to like actually live and like have a life, because he's not really living at the beginning of the movie. He's just like holed up, like I mean, and really like he's like I guess like the pit is like very much a metaphor for that, very like I guess obvious metaphor, but effective nonetheless. In that like at the beginning of the movie, he might as well be in a pit, like he's not out in the world, he's not doing anything of use either as Bruce or as Batman, and so like he kind of like even before he's actually in the pit, like he is like in a metaphorical pit of just like seclusion and like just I guess maybe purposelessness. And so yeah, this I think I read somewhere too that like Nolan, it's like this inverse of like the typical story structure, like rise and fall story structure, where instead it's a fall and rise story structure.
Fall and rise, yeah, there we go, exactly.
But yeah, and then like he kind of like comes to terms with all that and like realizes that Alfred was right. Like and even in Batman Begins, I want to say there's like a line that Alfred says where like he kind of hints at like I was kind of hoping you wouldn't come back. That sort of thing. And like here you get the full circle of that. Like he realizes like, oh yeah, if I want to move on and be free from like all these things that like are weighing me down as a person, I have to like leave this place. And yeah, it's an interesting story arc. I don't know, did you have any thoughts on like how they completed that with this movie?
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the points that you're bringing up about the like completing it, rise, fall and rise, those elements, because in terms of completion, I think one of those, that idea of like when Alfred said, sometimes the pit sends something back up, and like obviously throughout the film there are these, whether it's overt or implicit, but like themes of rebirth and death and a fire that's cleansing, a fire that's destructive, and rising from the ash. I mean, it's all sort of there, but I think I was really struck with this idea of like, Talia and Bane, Bruce, they all in some way escape the pit, and there's this idea of like, there's no guarantee that when you leave, you'll be dead, like there is like and there's this sense of like you are being saved and reborn, but what are you being reborn into, and like it makes me appreciate the Talia character more, even if I feel like it's underwritten, because I can understand the tension that Bruce, the sadness that Bruce feels, where he's like, we could have, like, you were the person I thought maybe we could have had a life together, we were aligned on these same goals. And I just find it interesting that like she could have been different, she could have chosen to be the altruistic and caring person that she was, but it's like coming out of the pit, it's like she's chosen instead to punish the city, and that's like a choice that she's made. She's living up the consequences of that. And I like how for Bruce, there's a sense like there's no guarantee that when you go up, you're going to be the same person that you want to be. Like there's an element to our own redemption and arc where like just because we go through something that's traumatic and hard and
Yeah.
painful doesn't always mean that like we'll emerge better from it, like that there's like sometimes that's there, but like it's what you choose to do with those ingredients of what you've done and all that. So I really like that idea, and like how there's both what you choose to do with your suffering and like how you want to mold it, and then the ways suffering just changes you already, like, and you can't sometimes control those parts of who you are. I think in Bruce's story, he kind of carries both of those strands with this character. So
yeah, and that makes me think too. Just it's interesting because he comes out like, and he is angry. Like he says, like,
right.
I'm not afraid, I'm angry.
Right, I'm angry. Yeah.
And but it is like what he still is choosing a way to use that anger. Like he has a choice in how he uses that emotion, because like anger in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's about what you do with it.
What exactly?
And it does make me think about the Talia character could have made a different choice and been a different person. And I don't know. It's that's an interesting thought for sure. That idea of like our choices kind of make us who we are. But also when you were saying that, it made me think too about like the effect, we me and you are both like we were both thinking a lot of times in Christian terms. And so like in Christianity, there's this idea of like the sins of previous generations, like following you and like following the next generation, and affecting the next generation. And there is that sense of like, there's certain like sins of your father's generation that like you have a choice of whether you're going to break that or not, so that doesn't follow like the generation following you. And it's like that idea of they're both in a sense like children of Ra's al Ghul. But one literally and one I guess like symbolically, he's more of like a mentee of him than a child. But in a sense they're both children of Ra's al Ghul. One is like living under the sin of her father, and one is choosing to kind of break that sin, not crossing those lines that the generation before him was wanting to cross, sort of thing. So I think that idea is there too, which like ties in to what you were saying.
And it's similar to how nothing, what's hidden, as you were saying, like living under the shadow of something, like it won't stay there forever, like quite literally, like the underbelly coming out to the surface. And I just love the way how Nolan handled and this is of course in great part due to Gary Oldman's, the way he plays Jim Gordon, but that like as we've talked about, like Gotham is like, Bruce did get his wish in a way, like Gotham is organized crime is down, and James has a line of like, we'll be chasing overdue library books or something like that, right? But it's like, it's such a fragile and dishonest piece, and it's like I like how the film showed like Batman in his moment of compassion and care for the city at the end of the Dark Knight, thinks like a lie is what Gotham needs right now. That's what it's going to take to survive. And and just seeing like in the end, actually that's not what it, the truth is painful. And it's same old like time is old or like familiar truths, but just like that idea of like things built on those lies, like how strong a foundation are they, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, how does that just only perpetuate its own harm in its own way? Like,
Yeah.
it needs to be, that bought Gotham time, I think, as Talia says at the end, in a way, you know, but like it didn't actually get to the root of the issue. And so I think even just that idea of like what you build your life on, you know, the foundation of all those sorts of things like that matters a lot too. So I thought the exploration of the fallout of Batman's choice, of Bruce's choice, was a cool theme that stood out.
Yeah, for sure. And then like too, like the, you know, the ramifications of like that underlying fear, because there is like there is that underlying fear in Gotham, and really like it's when you, so I mean like they've essentially built like a police state, like
Yep.
and you know, when you build a police state, like there's peace in one sense, but also like there's this kind of like rumbling of like discontent underneath, because no, you know, it's a facade of peace really, because
Totally.
people aren't living peacefully in reality, they're living like fearfully, they're living in fear. And so like when that fear finally like, you know, takes over the society, they turn to authoritarianism, which is like, I don't know, maybe a little too timely for today. But
Dang.
but yeah, all that sort of like epic political like romanticism way of like examining societies is definitely like underneath the surface of this movie, like not deep underneath the surface. Like sometimes it's like it comes out
It's there.
like Bane from the sewer and is like blatant in your face, but
yeah,
it's definitely all there.
yeah.
And then really like, you know, I'm trying to like make sure I don't miss anything that I had, because really like the cat, like sticking on that idea of like the political things. One of the things we haven't talked about is like really like this movie has capitalism itself like under scrutiny. Maybe like people listening to this like out of the context of when this movie came out, maybe have forgotten, but like this movie was written like in the context, like, or like against the background of the financial collapse of 2008.
Okay.
And so like that's when they started writing this, and so like that's got to be in the back of your mind. Like Nolan always says, like I think I wrote a quote where he says like the Batman films are not political acts. Like Nolan is pretty adamant on like, I'm not trying to make political statements with these movies, but at the same time, like you're a creator and you're creating out of what's on your mind, and so like those things naturally seep in. And there, so yeah, it's written with that background of that financial collapse of 2008, and then too like kind of like a strange thing was a very strange coincidence is that Bane's like raid of Wall Street parallels Occupy Wall Street, which was going on while they were filming it.
Oh, really?
So like,
that's interesting.
Yeah, so like you obviously like the screenplay is already written, so that's already like in the screenplay, like him raiding Wall Street, this kind of like financial and like social like social, like the gap, the gap of the social classes and stuff is like in the screenplay already, but also like being played out. Literally, Nolan said, he said we literally had to schedule around them talking about Occupy Wall Street. So they're shooting like those Wall Street scenes in New York, and they're having to like work around the protests with their scheduling, which is wild that it parallels that like very real thing going on. Like a huge coincidence. But yeah. I mean, there's literally like Occupy Wall Street protests going on while they're shooting this movie.
What a time!
Which is wild,
that's
you
crazy.
know.
I had completely missed that context for when it was filming. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
looking up more info on it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's one of those things where like when you examine it in its context, like it speaks like in a very like real and interesting way, but also like there's a timelessness to it, because that idea of like when you build a society this way, like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Yep.
Like is just like very real, kind of a timeless idea. And we've seen it like through history, and when civilizations begin to turn to this sort of civilization, like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Like it's kind of like a cyclical thing that we, can just like go back through history and see over and over again.
Yeah.
It's definitely like an interesting part of the movie, for sure, that I think is worth thinking about as you're thinking about it. I've mentioned a couple. Do you have any like nitpicks about this movie? I know it's like you love this one, so maybe you don't want to like nitpick it a whole lot, but
no. Honestly, I mean, it's funny because I was thinking of when I was listening to the retro or the overview that you did for the start of the series about Christopher Nolan. Even though this isn't non-linear, I will just admit, maybe just me, like from a comprehension level, I had a hard time understanding just some of the basic plot points of this movie. Like it really is like for example, in the beginning when like, so maybe that's not a nitpick of the film, that's just me, but I'm curious how some of these scenes played out for you. Like I think when like, Bane's transferring the blood from one dead guy to the other dead, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I think I'm like Bane going to like the stock exchange building, like that was cool, but I think it clicked later for me that like, oh, it's like bankrupting Bruce, right? I don't know, like, so there's just different parts where it just wasn't quite as it was hard for me to just understand sometimes narratively what was going on. But once again, that may just be me, but I'm curious how that played out for you. And that I think it's funny because the film's already fairly long, like 2 hours 40 something, nearly 3. But ironically or interestingly, I felt like maybe it was just the pacing, but like I know Batman's gonna rise up and go out, but like it just still felt like a very fairly condensed time. Like it's almost like he was there, and then you get the Liam Neeson cameo. He like tries to climb, he doesn't, and like and I get like it's like 5 months, so it's like a long time.
Right.
Other characters are doing stuff, but that part still feels a little rushed to me. But I'm also, once again, it's like I respect the ambition of what you're trying to do, and like in a way, it's like, would I have liked it if like that was elongated and they made the movie longer? Like I don't know, maybe not. So maybe it's just like the way it's broken down. But I'd say those are my main things. Just like some of the pacing of Bruce's redemption arc a bit, and then the narrative plot points. But I don't know how if any of those you share, or maybe you have different ones. But
it definitely rings true, because for me, like, so like maybe not necessarily like the blood transfusion, because I was watching and I was like, okay, I get what they're doing. They're like, they want to make it, or maybe like it is one of those things where like it clicks later, like the Wall Street thing, because you're like, why are they here again? Like, what are they doing? And then later you're like, oh, they put his fingerprints on here. But then like
Yeah,
then you're kind
that
of like
too. I was
you're
like,
going backwards in the movie where you
Yep,
should be
yep.
like in the moment. And
In the moment,
it's so odd because usually Christopher Nolan is so precise about like the structures of his movies, and this feels like it's kind of, I don't know, I haven't seen Tenet since I saw it in theaters, and so like I'll be interested to rewatch that because it feels similar to this in a way, in that like that for some reason that precision of like um, the plot structure and like cluing you into exactly what you need when you need it, that Nolan is so good at, is for some reason missing in this
yeah.
movie. And my memory of seeing Tenet in theaters was similar.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
But I need to, I'm looking forward to revisiting it for this
Yeah,
series.
for the series, yeah.
And so, yeah, it's definitely like, I think part of it is just like the plot is so big. They're trying to
Yeah.
do so much. They're trying to build up the persona of Bane. They're trying to like work in this Gordon Levitt character, this that's like the Robin stand-in.
Mhm.
They've got Catwoman that pops in and out, and you try to like build a little bit of backstory on her, and
Yep.
Miranda Tate. Who is she? Why is she important?
Is she-
And it's like they're doing so much. I almost wonder if this should have been like the movie ends like cuts with Bane breaking Batman's back. And then there's like a part two, which would have been like cliche, and Nolan never would have done this if he had to make two of them. So like in a sense,
right.
I'm like, I'll take what I got, you
What
know.
I got, yeah. But no,
But
but
also,
I mean, it's a fair point to think about.
but that
where
does
you
feel
could
like a
expand
perfect
it.
breaking point for like a part
Totally.
one, part two. Like the movie, like it's very much like Infinity War Endgame feeling of like, oh no, like
Right.
Batman's back is broken. What's going to happen now?
Yeah, your
and then the
Empire
next
Strikes Back
movie-
moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the second part is the rise part of Batman, of of the rise as part of the title.
The title, yeah.
But yeah, but that's just like wishful thinking. But yeah, you mentioned enjoying the John Blake character, and I was kind of mixed on him. Like, there's moments where I like him, but there's also like I don't understand him as a character, and like why he does certain things the way he does.
Yeah.
Like, so it bothered me that like he's all of a sudden he's in Bruce Wayne's house and he's like, I know you're Batman. Here's how I know you're Batman, because I saw your face when I was an orphan. And I was like, wait, but that doesn't mean he's Batman. That just means like that he was an orphan that has like some serious deep-seated issues. Like, why does that mean he's Batman? So I was like, I'm totally lost on that. And it like, as I was watching that, it kind of took me out of the movie. I was like, wait, where's the connection point to why he's Batman? And then like, so he knows he's Batman, and he knows like, he seems to know he took the fall for Harvey Dent. But then when like Bane reads the Gordon's speech, then like John Blake is like mad at Gordon, and you're like, but I thought you knew all of this stuff. Like, shouldn't you have been mad at him this whole time? Like,
dang. Okay, I for some reason that did not click for me.
Yeah.
So that okay, I see.
But maybe it's like he didn't know that Gordon was in on it.
Sure. Yeah.
And so now he's mad at Gordon because he's finding out he was in on it. I don't know, but you would think if he's a good enough like detective to figure out who Batman is, he would figure out that Gordon was like, well, I mean, everyone knows Gordon is collaborating with Batman, so it's not like even a hidden thing. Yeah, all that stuff is just like plot points that really bothered me. It's not really like the performance or the idea of I like the idea of the character, and like, there's some cheesy stuff about it that I like where he like shoots the guy and then throws the gun away. It's like kind of representative of him realizing like I can't do. There's like moments of him realizing like I can't be a cop. Like the moment with the bridge where he's trying to get the kids across, and they're like, he's like, cops are they have to follow too many rules. So like, I like that cheesy stuff of like, oh, like this is his road to Robin. It's kind of like corny, but also like, oh, like that's kind of like a fun like way to do this, like his journey to ending up in the Batcave at the end.
Right.
But yeah. My only other nitpick is like, why is there a TV in the pit?
That is so true. That's one of those things when you're watching it, you're like, oh, like this is a really dramatic moment. He's seeing the help that the people try to help got hung, and then you're like, wait, what's this? Yeah.
And then
so true.
And then
so
he can just turn it off, like
right.
Because there's a moment.
Oh
yeah, he threw the thing at it. That's what he did.
But still, it's just like I don't know. I guess he's like Bane's like I want you to see the downfall, step by step.
Like I get why it's there, but I'm like, how?
Like how is this thing?
But yeah, that's probably the most trivial of all my nitpicks. I already talked about the Talia stuff.
Right.
But yeah, that ending is, I like, the way it ends. It's, which actually I think I mentioned this. I think I mentioned it in the past episode where like he talks about, he actually dreamed of the ending of the Batman trilogy like a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Because it was in like my research for maybe Inception or something, or maybe like the general chapters of the books I'm reading, because like dreams are like very interesting to him, and that's what like sparked him to want to make a movie like Inception. And like he talked about like how a lot of his ideas will come from like dreams he has, and that was one of them, was like he actually like dreamed of this ending sequence of a Batman story where like now someone else, it's kind of like that idea that like anybody can be Batman, and it's like someone else taking on the mantle of being Batman, and Bruce moving on. Like he had that in a dream, and so he got to like actually use it here, which I think is kind of cool. I do like. I like that. I think it's a cool way to end it, and it is like Nolan says. There's, when you make a superhero movie and you end it like that, people are like, "Oh, they're gonna make a Robin movie or whatever," and Nolan's like, no, it's just like a thematic gesture. It's just like
totally
showing you that idea that like, oh, Batman is a symbol. Anybody can be Batman, sort of thing. And I really like. I actually like really like the happy ending for Bruce. Like, I feel like it's pretty well earned, and like, and having Alfred be a part of that shot, like kind of actualizing his dream for Bruce. I don't know, to me it just felt like very like sweet, like lighthearted, and a sweet way to end his character. But what did you think about the ending?
No, I think I was worried. So how in Inception, where like that ending, where like the top's spinning, and you're like, wait, does it? And then like the camera cuts. So like, I think I was worried or waiting. Like, is this gonna be like Alfred? Looks up, he sees it. He looks down, looks up, and they're gone. He's like just dreaming. So I was like, because I could see Nolan being like,
oh yeah, for
kind
sure,
of like pulling not to be mean, but just like, it's a dream, it's like that's the big sadness.
A Nolan move.
To see it. Exactly, right. But I'm like, I love that. I think when it's like, okay, wait, like the camera's not moving. This looks like it's actually happening, and it's not like Alfred's not hallucinating this. I
Yeah.
was like, I love that. It was funny because I feel like I've seen a meme recently where there's this joke where Selena's like, Bruce, why do we keep coming to this cafe day after day? And Bruce is like, just wait. I'm waiting for one guy to show up. Then we can go to a different cafe. So it just found it funny to think like, what if they like would straight up go there like for the longest time, like waiting for Alfred, like in that exact table, waiting for Alfred to show up, and he just never did until then.
Yeah, and maybe it even like he saw Alfred several times, but it took several times for him to be at just the right table.
Right, like they started off behind him or farther away.
Like,
you know, they're like, you gotta like come early next time to book the reservation. You know, for this. So that stuff was just recent that I thought was funny. Like, it just made me
for sure.
But to your point though, it is funny because I thought it just ended in a very epic way of, you know, James like being able to stand on the platform, and there's this like implication of, ooh, what if he's, you know, is he gonna do the same thing as Bruce did, be the next Batman, all that. But it is funny because I think I watched it with my uncle, and he was also thinking like, wait, are they gonna do a Robin movie? And I was like, I don't think so, but it's a cool like you said, a gesture that was there. So that was all really fun. Just like, it kind of like uplifts you, you know, you're just like, it's there, and like you're, you know, it's there's something to look forward to, even if that doesn't, not like a movie to look forward to, but it's like it's a rising action that ends it on a cool. So
yeah, for sure. The Jonathan Nolan quote I have about like just the way they ended it was, he said, "I think what we endeavored to do was not the complete story of Batman, but our complete story of this character." And I like I said, I think like they really did like do a complete like kind of 3-act structure over the course of 3 movies for this character. In the beginning, his like heyday, and then his kind of like fall to rise kind of sequence at the end. I really like it. The ending for sure. I did have a final takeaway just about Bruce. Like a lot of people that listen probably know I like to do like the final thought of the episode. But yeah, my final thought for this was just thinking about how like Bruce has to like come to terms with his fear and accept it, so that it doesn't like rule over him anymore, and kind of how like just that idea of like expressing your fear is like the way that you are able to like get out of it and rise out of it. Expressing it, dealing with it, and you know, it kind of like his rise from that pit kind of mirrors his rise out of the well when he was a kid. I think that's like pretty intentional, probably in the storytelling. And I think there is a flashback even to that moment at some point in the film, of his dad like pulling him out of the pit, out of the well, I mean, as a kid. Just thinking about that idea, and for one, like a takeaway is kind of like just like doing the same in our lives, like making sure that like we are expressing our fears and like vocalizing them and talking about them with people, like so that they don't rule over us and control like how we live. But also like I was reading Elijah Davidson's little like kind of devotional book about Nolan's movies, and for this movie he kind of was taking that idea and saying like, can this like victory that Bruce achieves over his fear also be achieved like on the scale of a whole society? And I was like, oh, that's a really interesting thought. I was like, I'm going to put that in my in my final thoughts section. I'm going to steal that. Which he was Elijah Davidson came on last episode for Inception. So it was really cool to have him on. So yeah, I don't feel too bad about stealing his thought, because
that's great.
I've had him on as a guest. But
yeah.
It just made me think about, like, man, can a society express fear, make it vocalized, and then be able to rise out of the fear that it's living in on that scale? And like, I don't know, like, part of me is like, no, just like plain, like,
you're like,
no, not really.
We keep it real, not really.
But then, like, the kind of like more hopeful side of me, like, is like, well, like, you know, part of what, like, I personally believe as a Christian is that actually will happen one day, at, you know, like the hope of, you know, heaven meeting earth, and like fears not ruling over people, and as this like world, like society wide, humankind wide, like idea of like fear no longer rules us. We're living like free from that. So I don't know, just like, it's an interesting thing to think about, like, how can that apply to like actuality today? Like, it really just has to happen mostly on the individual level, I think. But I don't know, it's interesting to think about. Did you have any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, I think like, yeah, like the collective nature of, I like what Elijah was saying, kind of what you're saying too, like the collective nature of fear, and is there space to make that known, and what redemption and restoration looks like on a public level of that. And I think it's made me think a lot too about, as we discussed, like that imagery of like a fire and it being destructive, and also hopefully it can be rebuilding. And so I am just trying to think, like, of the system. Like, I think it interesting when Gordon's like, one of the other aspects of like why I like James, the Robin character, was the whole, like, he's like, I can't stay in the police force,
Yeah.
And like, there's this sense of like how much of something needs to be destroyed in order for it to be fixed. There's like even like the biblical idea of apocalypse, right? Of how like it's not just destruction, but it's the unveiling of something new. It's destroying the old to bring in the new. And so how much of even the Batman films, these have been about like the patterns of destruction and restoration. And so all of that was really interesting, and I think it just made me think a lot about like what role does the chaos and order have in the systems that are in our world today, and our victims, like I don't know, I feel like I like how it doesn't end. The film doesn't like give you necessarily a direct answer to that, even though
it doesn't.
It stabilizes and there's peace. You have these little moments where it's like, it's not like crime's gone. It's not like the people in power are like now all of a sudden not getting more powerful. Like, these things remain. So like what does change actually look like there? So
there's still like loose ends for sure.
Totally.
But that's just like that. I guess that's another where it's grounded in reality. Like, the reality is like there's not like some like glorious happy ending. Like, there is in a sense for like the character, which is what they were focused on, but it's not like everything's just fixed now. But it's interesting. But yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up our talk on The Dark Knight Rises. I think we'll end up rivaling the runtime.
I was looking at that. Yeah. For 1 minute of analysis per minute of the film. That's
there you go. That was our goal that we didn't start with, but we're gonna retroactively apply that now to
Yeah, exactly.
to our talk.
Non-linear timelines, man. That's how we're going
Yeah.
at it. Exactly.
Yeah. So this is I think you already maybe spoiler alerted your rating for this. But yeah, so this is your favorite Nolan. Is that right?
Ooh, I will admit,
Or
I
one of
have
your
actually not
one
seen
of yours.
I'd say favorite of the trilogy.
Okay, yeah.
I think I have not seen all of Nolan's films. So I think
That's fair.
Insomnia and Following are the two I haven't seen. I think I've seen everything else. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I think of Nolan's films, I'd probably say, that's tough. I don't know. I think Prestige has such a place in my heart. I think from just being mind blown when I watched it the first time. So I feel like that my answer's still there, but I don't know. Listening through the podcast has been great because I feel like it's going to give me an opportunity, an excuse to watch the ones I've missed to re-listen or or to learn about it or watch this filmography again. So, with the new insights that you share, so you and the guests share. So
it's interesting. So, even I think you having this as your favorite of the trilogy is definitely a hot take. For most people, including me, it's my least favorite of the trilogy.
Oh, it is.
But that's not to say I don't like it. I think I have it rated on Letterboxd. I think I have it a 3.5 star.
A 3.5.
Which to me is so my personal Letterboxd, the way I do it is if it hits 3.5 stars, it gets the heart. I like it.
As a sidebar, I was curious how people use the heart.
Yeah, everyone uses it different. Yeah. Every once in a while, I'll have a 3-star that I still give a heart because it has too many flaws for me to give it that extra half star, but I still like it a lot, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it still gets the heart. But people use it in different ways.
That's great.
We were talking about, I think it's actually in the Prestige in our movie news. We kind of talked about Letterboxd habits and how you some maybe interesting ways to use Letterboxd. And I think it's been a couple weeks since I recorded that, and so I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure we said maybe the like button would be a interesting way to catalog your rewatchable films. You watch that and you're like, oh, I want to watch that again. You throw the like on it, and that for you maybe that means all the ones that I like are ones that I think are very rewatchable. I don't use it that way, but I thought that would be a cool way to use it.
No, for sure. I'm just looking at your diary right now just to see what gets the coveted heart from Eli for his films. Yeah, so that's great.
Mine is boring because pretty much everything that is 7 or above gets the heart. So it's a kind of boring way to use it, but I'm way behind on my diary.
That perpetually behind that on the diary.
I'm so behind. I'm gonna end up having just because I like to write a little bit of something for everything I watch, but I get so backlogged that I'm okay, I just have to log them. I'm not gonna have time to write on a big chunk of these, but because I think my last log is from June, and I have a list of all of them that I've seen with their dates that I keep running so that I can go back and enter them. But I've probably seen 80 movies since then. So there's there's no way.
You have to drop them, very, very purposefully. It's great.
But it's probably, as far as where it falls in the Nolan films for me, I'm trying to pull up my ranking list on Letterboxd. I mean, I have it in the lower tier. But also I don't have any Nolan movies rated below 3.5 stars. And so it's kind of one of those things where even the lowest tier of Nolan is still I think is really good. like I would probably put this and Insomnia pretty like similar there.
Yeah.
After I actually have like Dark Knight and Batman Begins at 6 and 7 in my rankings.
Oh yeah, no, I'm seeing that. Yeah.
So like I have, movies like Interstellar and Dunkirk, like basically all of it's like original scripts I have rated higher.
Rated higher than the
adaptation stuff. Except for Tenet, but again, need to revisit that. He's a good filmmaker. But that's I guess we'll kind of wrap that up. Next week, obviously, we'll be talking about Interstellar, which as of now is my favorite Nolan.
I was about to say, yeah, you're number one. There we go.
We'll see if it falls after this. I really doubt it, because I've seen, like, it's the one of Nolan's that I saw twice in theaters because I loved it so much. So I don't think a rewatch is going to knock it down at all. I think it's probably going to stay right there at number one. But yeah,
I'm curious, where does Oppenheimer fit in? I just noticed you hadn't. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
That's the problem. I haven't.
No. I was just wondering if it was one of the backlog ones. I'd be curious to see how that shakes up the rankings for you. For everything. Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. Yeah. Just one of those things where like life and like just hasn't happened. We'll wrap up that talk. We'll take a short break and come back with a really, really fun movie draft to in the month of October. Maybe you'll get some fun movie recommendations from this draft to kind of watch as October's wrapping up. This will be releasing later in October. So, so we will be back in just a second for that. So, hey everyone, thank you for joining us on the Establishing Shot today. We hope you're enjoying the episode so far, and we hope you'll stick around for the segments we have coming up after this quick break. But during this break, I wanted to tell you how you can get more involved with the Establishing Shot podcast. There are several ways you can do this. The main way you can do it is by going to establishingshotpod.com, our website where you can find all sorts of information like episodes with the show notes on there, information about our guests for each episode. You can find reviews there. And there's a page where you can actually leave a review on the website if you want to. You can see all the platforms where the podcast is available, like Apple, Spotify, all the major podcast platforms, and even a link to our YouTube page where you can see a video version of the podcast. So please go to the website. And the place I want to highlight there is our donate page, which has information about our Establishing Shot family. This is a way that you can subscribe to the podcast to support all the efforts and the stuff that goes into making this podcast good and making it better than it even is now. We have different tiers that you can subscribe to, starting at $5. And what this will do is you'll be able to support the podcast, help me make it better. And also at the same time, you'll get early and ad-free episodes. You'll get access to our Discord server where you can join in and just kind of talking about movies with a community that loves film. And so we would love to have you in there. And then the higher up in the tiers you go, the more you get. Even things like chats and video chats that we'll do every once in a while where we get to talk about in more detail stuff that we're talking about on the podcast. So I hope you'll subscribe to that. Choose a tier that fits your budget, and I would love for you to support the podcast in that way. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is where you can find us on social media. You can find me personally on Twitter at the Eli Price. And you can also follow me on Letterboxd. Letterboxd is kind of like a social media for movie reviews. So you can read my reviews there, and you can find me there at just Eli Price, no spaces or anything. So I'm on Twitter and Letterboxd. You can find the podcast on all the social platforms as well, such as Twitter at eShotPod, and then on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok at Establishing Shot Pod. So make sure to follow us so you don't miss anything. If you have any questions or comments about the episode or about the podcast, you can always email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com. And the very last thing I want to do before you get back into the episode today is just ask you to please go to Spotify and Apple and leave some ratings and reviews. That really helps the visibility of the podcast and gets it in more people's podcast feeds. And so we hope you will do that for us, and we would greatly appreciate it. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the episode, and I will see you next time on the Establishing Shot podcast. Hey, welcome back from the break. I'm Eli Price here with Zachary Lee, and we just had a very, the tagline is a podcast that does deep dives into directors and their filmographies, and we dive deep when we talk about these movies, and I love it. So yeah, I enjoyed that conversation, but we're going to move on to a little bit of movie news, our movie news segment. The movie news today is the news of what Zachary recommends you go see that has come out this year. I wanted to let Zachary just kind of give some recommendations of some of his maybe like 2 or 3 of his favorite movies he's seen from 2023 that you should go make sure you get at the top of your watch list. Yeah, what movies do you have up there for this year?
No, it's great too because great, also difficult because I've just come back from TIFF, and so I had the privilege to go there. So I saw a lot of films there. So I attended Sundance virtually as well. So I'm gonna try to have some to look forward to, and then also hopefully ones that will come out later.
I love it.
I'd say one, and you saw this one, Eli. I love Rye Lane. It's on Hulu now, I think. So funny, so good. I think it was at Sundance, but I just saw it recently, and it's
a breath of fresh air.
You said it perfectly. I know. It's like maybe after if you listening to this watch Dark Knight Rises and you're like, ooh, that's heavy, and you want something that's fun and witty, I recommend Rye Lane. I thought it was great. I think it's dropping actually on Netflix this Friday, if I'm not mistaken. But the film Fair Play, it's with Alden Ehrenreich and Phoebe Dynevor. I think I'm saying her name correctly, but it's from this director who Chloe Dumont. I believe I'm saying that correctly, and it's great. I mean, it's about a couple who they keep the relationship a secret at this hedge fund company that they work at, and then one of them gets a promotion over the other. So it's like an interesting dynamic, commentary on on gender, the workforce, all those sorts of things. Both of those performances are great. I feel like if you really like Alden from Oppenheimer and Cocaine Bear, if you saw that, you'll get great content with him here. And then 2 more that I saw from film festivals that I know at least one of them is going to get a release date this year. But the first is this documentary called A Still Small Voice, which it focuses on hospital chaplains who are caring for patients at the height of COVID-19. And so it just hit a lot for me. I think as someone who was involved with campus ministry, and it's just this intersection of, how are we thinking about our faith, the role of spirituality, where it meets great suffering. And I think it's just a very honest and heartwarming take on that. So I thought that was good. And then this film called American Fiction, which is directed by Core Jefferson. It stars Jeffrey Wright. It's based off of this book by this author Percival Everett, and it was one of those movies at TIFF where it was hard. You'll have to watch it again because everyone was laughing so much that you missed certain lines of dialogue. But very very clever script, very trenchant and biting. It's about I think it's just very interesting to think about. It's like about minority authors, underrepresented minority authors, and the ways they feel like they may need to market themselves and their stories in order to be seen as relevant. So that's all I'll say for now. I think that comes out December. It was November. It's getting a wider release in December. But sorry to ramble on a bit there, but I think I would say those are some of the recs that I really enjoy. So.
Yeah, I was like, as you were saying it, I was like pulling them up on Letterboxd and adding to watch list, because this American Fiction one I have heard of. I just didn't have it on my watch list yet, so I made sure to do that. Because I had heard about Jeffrey Wright's performance and whatnot in that, and he was great in it and stuff. So that's sweet. Thanks for the recommendations. I was learning too. Live on air. No, it's great. Adding stuff to the watch list.
I'd love to see your reviews when they go live too. So
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. But I kind of hinted at it earlier, but we've got a really fun movie draft. It's going to be different than any movie draft we've done before. So I hope we can both figure this out and do it how I've planned it in my mind.
Yep.
But yeah, so typically we'll pick like a category or a topic that is in a movie, and we'll just kind of go back and forth and draft movies that fall into that category. But this time I wanted to do something related to horror. We're in October. I couldn't think of a good movie draft relating to Dark Knight Rises necessarily, because we've already done the DC one. We've done the villains draft in the Dark Knight episode. And so I was like, man, what are we going to do? And I was like, well, it's coming to the end of October when this is releasing. And so let's do a horror movie draft of some sort. So we kind of decided that we would do a horror subgenre draft. And so basically what we're going to do, I found an article by No Film School that I can link it in the show notes if anyone's interested. But it kind of breaks down the subgenres of horror. Probably not like all of the subgenres, but like the main ones. And so it has like main categories, and then like main subgenres, and then like subgenres within the subgenre. And in that article. And so, but we're going to go with the main subgenres. So we're going to basically, what we're going to do is still the same concept. We want to draft, the best team of movies so that we can win the votes when it goes public. But what we're going to do, instead of just going back and forth and drafting from a big pool of movies, we're going to have to draft one movie in each of these subgenres. And so we don't have to draft the genres in a particular order, but we do have to fill one movie per category. And so I'm going to list these categories and so that everyone can know what they are. They are psychological horror, killer or slasher horror, gore or disturbing horror, monster horror, paranormal, and then miscellaneous, which miscellaneous kind of covers stuff that doesn't necessarily fit into that other stuff. So when you can think of like there's horror comedy, or there's like found footage horror, and a few other like kind of like subgenres that maybe don't necessarily fit into those others. Those all fall under miscellaneous. And then I figured too we could get a wild card so that we could get an extra favorite in there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 choices that we've got to make there. 7 movies. So yeah, I hope everyone is following what we're doing here. I hope I explained it clearly. Basically, we've got to draft 1 horror movie from each of these subgenres. And yeah, so Zachary's gonna kick it off with the first pick. Where are you gonna go? There's some extra strategy here because you want to get the best films, but you also want to like figure out which category you want to put it in.
I know, right? Yeah, and I will say it's interesting because per my chicken run story from earlier this episode, I think I was not big into the horror genre until honestly, I'd say last year, maybe a little bit the year before. So a lot of my horror watches are newer. So I don't know if that. I'm curious to see though how that'll work in my favor for the listeners of the Establishing Shot podcast, if they're more traditional old school horror film loyalists, or they're down with the modern stuff too. So we'll see how it lands.
It'll be a learning experience for me too because I have no idea.
Yeah, no, great. We're testing the feelers out, for doing some crowdsourcing info here. But yeah, no, for my first pick, I'll go, in line with the newer films. I'll go with Brandon Cronenberg's Possessor. So this was released in 2020. And yeah, it's, disturbing body horror. He takes after his dad in a lot of ways, but has his own, twisted take on it. I think Andrea Riseborough, right? And then Christopher Abbott are in it, and phenomenal, great stuff. And so I'll slot that into the gore, disturbing film category. So,
yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'm trying to think too, like if I've seen any Cronenberg of him or his dad's. I don't know that I have. It's just one of those kind of like, I don't have like an expansive like horror genre like knowledge either. Like I've tried to catch up with more and more over the years, but yeah, I don't think the Cronenbergs are. I don't think I've seen any of them. So yeah, that's definitely a blind spot for me.
Honestly, you will probably sleep better. I'm not. It's like once again, I can appreciate the film for the themes it has and it's trying to say, but it's one of those like, well, I guess I'll have to wrestle with my soul for a little bit having seen this. So it's but curious your thoughts.
I caught up with a particular film this past week, knowing that this was coming and feeling like, I should watch this. And I feel like I would have slept better if I would have left it alone. But we'll see if I draft it at some point.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with probably what I think is one of the most iconic horror movies. I'm gonna go with Psycho and the psychological horror. It's right there in the name of the movie. The genre
is perfect.
I just feel like Psycho and Hitchcock, for one, like it's a masterclass in suspense building, and like that psychological horror of just what's going on with old Bates and his mom. Like it's very disturbing. So I just think it's to me it's a masterclass of suspense by the master of suspense, Alfred Hitchcock. So yeah,
of course,
go with Psycho. And there's some really good ones I had written down for that category, so it was kind of hard to choose. But yeah, that's what I'm going to go with.
There we go. It's great. Yeah, I'll ooh, okay, let me see here. Seeing you went out swinging with that one. So now I'm like, oh, I gotta think about these other categories now. I'll go with okay, so next film, older film. So one of the I think probably actually it might not be the oldest, maybe second oldest title that's on here for me. Also near and dear to my heart as I saw it I saw it for the first time this year, but I saw its sequel first, and then I
Okay.
saw it. So I don't know if that was the right way to do it, but it is the 1992 film Candyman. So
Yeah.
I, yeah, I saw it for the first time at a small arts theater in DC when I was staying there, and yeah, I mean, and I love Nia DaCosta's film from a couple of years ago. I thought it was
Mm-hmm.
great, and I'm being from Chicago and having witnessed the gentrification and
Yeah.
changing of the Cabrini Green neighborhood. A lot of the film really stuck to me, but I think
Yeah.
I don't know. I just in similar themes of what we were talking about, Eli, in the podcast about generational sin and
Mm-hmm.
trauma and violence and what it looks like to have it, and like you know privileged people and like the way they like want to co-opt or turn other people's suffering into like a thesis or a project, and I don't know
Yeah.
like what they unleash with that. I felt like very timely and relevant and still very scary and fits neatly in the slasher genre, which is
Yeah.
where I'll place my pick there for the next film. So
Yeah.
Candyman, the 1992, the first one that came out.
Yeah, that was on my list for slasher. I don't know if I would have drafted it, but necessarily because I have one or two more that I like a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is, I think that's probably one of my top slasher films
Yeah.
for sure. It's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I did see the kind of, I guess it's kind of like I guess it's a sequel.
Yeah,
It feels like
spiritual sequel.
yeah, it feels
Yeah,
like
I
half
don't know.
reboot, half sequel.
Half sequel. Yeah.
Because it's yeah. But yeah, it was okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was really well made. I didn't like some of the choices. But yeah, the original 92 version is very good and like
Yeah.
like some just really good like disturbing filmmaking going on in it. So yeah. Okay, this is playing out interesting because like
Yeah.
I feel like I can wait on ones that you've already drafted on categories because you've already drafted them, but then again, like you might be able to draft a movie in a category because some of them fit into multiple.
Right. That was what was fun and interesting is like, oh,
Yeah.
where do they like slot and fit it? Like I could put, I don't know, like Candyman into like, was that partly psychological? I don't know,
Yeah.
like that. So or Monster, even if you think about it in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Okay, where am I gonna go here? I think I am gonna go ahead and just draft my favorite. I think what I would say is like my favorite horror movie ever, in the miscellaneous category.
There we go.
Because it's a found footage film, and that is the Blair Witch Project.
There we go.
I love the Blair Witch Project. It is like so creepy, so disturbing, and like even just like the mythos around it of like people like thinking it was real when they saw it, and like back in the day, like I just think it's like a really good like piece of horror filmmaking, but really just like a unique phenomena of like filmmaking in general terms. So the Blair Witch Project, which was 99, it was in that very strong year of 1999. So but yeah, I'll put it in miscellaneous, which covers the found footage genre.
Sure. I have not seen that, but it's reputation precedes it, so it's very much it's one that I want to kind of get to soon. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. So miscellaneous category there. I honestly, I thought you were going to say like Paranormal Activity initially or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know if that's like shot in found footage or will, which wouldn't no diss to those films. But
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, Blair Witch, like the revolutionary found footage horror film.
Right.
Like, of course that would be that would be on here. Oh, this is tough. Okay. Now I'm like double checking. Like, is this even? Does it even count? I might come back to that later. I'll go with. Okay, so in the vein of Blair Witch and found footage technique, maybe it applies. So I've another film in preparation for the sequel that came out this year to the film, which is what I found. I feel like all these legacy sequels are giving me an excuse to like watch the OGs for the first time.
Yeah.
Things like that. But I'm gonna go with the 81, the Evil Dead film for next pick. And we're talking about found footage, that sorts of thing. I don't know. Like, I feel like not so much can be said about the fun camera angles that are there. Like, I think the way it embodies such an off-kilter sort of ambiance and personality to it. I mean, it even goes further with like the second one. The whole tree stuff, I will caveat, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't really know what the whole point of that was in this movie, but as far as paranormal, which is where this falls under, goes, I don't know. It's like, it's one of those films where like it could be miscellaneous because it's also very funny, but it's, I don't know, like classic like cabin friends horror, like there's this, like, there's no going back, you just have to fight them. There's a dread element that's there. I enjoy that. So I'll go with Evil Dead for my paranormal film.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually another blind spot that like it's one of those that like I might end up watching it this October sometime.
Yeah.
It's one that I've always wanted to get around to. And I know for sure there's one of my friends that like loves like Sam Raimi horror, and so like you might have won a vote with that one for sure.
There we go. I got one vote potentially, maybe.
Okay. Okay. So I think at this point in the draft, like my strategy is pretty set. I'm going to go ahead and draft a movie that I caught up with, I think last year or the year before. A classic horror movie in Frankenstein. The original Frankenstein, I want to say 1931, in the monster category.
Yep.
I was like, honestly, like I was watching some of these older like monster movies because I was like, oh, I want to catch up with some of these classics. It was kind of like a more homework kind of endeavor. Yep. And I was actually like blown away by Frankenstein. Like the set pieces and stuff like are definitely of its time, but somehow hold up and fit the atmosphere. And then like just the ideas that are being dealt with about humanity, what makes a human human, is really interesting. And like, even like there's moments of like really deep emotional like resonance in this movie that like totally caught me off guard. And so it's become one of my personal favorites. And so I'm doing Frankenstein and Monster.
What year was that one again? release? I know there's a
1931.
couple. 31. Okay, great. I'm adding it to another blind spot, but the poster's classic, and
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen
It honestly blew me away. I was not expecting to love it as much as I did. Like, I finished it and I was like, man, I think I have it rated like a 4.5 star. Like, so yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, well, this is me just desperately trying to form connections and bounce off between our picks, but I know it's a black and white film. Am I remembering
Yes.
that correctly? Okay. But in my mind, Frankenstein is always portrayed with some elements of green on Frankenstein. Of course, I mean the classic mistake. Frankenstein's monster is always portrayed with some elements of green on him, and so that ties in nicely for my next pick, which is the 2015 film Green Room. So that was who was that? Jeremy Saulnier is the director for that. It was another A24 film, so you kind of know what you're getting there. But I saw this for the first time last year, also on Hulu. Which shout out Hulu, they have some great films just on there, both the original content and their just the ones that they get. But it's about a kind of a punk band that are doing shows, and then they end up doing this one show which ends up being this bar where these neo-Nazis hang out, which is led by was it Patrick Stewart as like the head neo-Nazi, which was just like I don't know, played against type for him. I'm just used to seeing him being like the elegant Professor X or Picard, and he's like dropping F-bombs and like saying questionable things all the time. So definitely different. And it's about their like fight to survive, I guess. And, I don't know. It's just like, from the get-go, it's just very like tightly paced. I'm like double checking the wiki here, but I think it's like, 95 minutes, so it's like already great timing choice. It's like frenetically paced, brutal, I think, very much like gets in your head too, because so I'm sliding this under psychological, because you're kind of like you're in these confined areas and spaces, and you're just like, how are these people going to escape? What have they gotten themselves into? I mean, sadly, very prescient commentary about alt-right, extreme, or extremists of any sort of political party being in a space, and how do you fight that? And for some people, it's not to get too graphic, it's you take a box cutter to the stomach and that's how you win. But like, is that really the way we should win for the rest of time? I don't know. So all to say, Green Room 2015 film is my pick for psychological.
That's another one that's been like floating around on my watch list for a while, that I just haven't gotten to. So you're really like schooling me on my watch list.
You same with me. So
well, I guess the feeling's mutual then. Okay, so this is my fourth pick. We're gonna start for sure. You started it with your pick, but we're gonna have to start overlapping our categories now. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go with a movie that I caught up with last year that I really, really enjoyed. It was like both fun and really disturbing, which is maybe a spoiler of the category. I'm going to go with The Thing.
Oh, yes.
The Thing it's a great movie.
So good.
John Carpenter, just kind of like, it's wild. It's crazy that Kurt Russell is in this movie, of all people. I think it fits for me in the gore disturbing. There's a lot of like body horror in this movie with the way 100%. This kind of like alien creature or organism, I guess, like distorts like living objects in really weird, disturbing ways. So yeah, I think it fits nicely into that gore and disturbing category, in my personal opinion. Yeah, really good movie. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's very disturbing and has some interesting things to say about, what we're willing to do when like pressed up against the wall with fear, and how we like treat each other, but also like it's kind of like fun, like in a way that like only horror movies can be, dealing with such like deep like dark issues and also be fun at the same time. So yeah.
Love that. No, I also had just caught up with it last. I think one of the theaters they were like, was it like an anniversary or something last year? I think
Maybe. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1982. So that would have been the 50th or the 40th. Yeah,
The 40th. Yeah.
anniversary.
So I thought it was. I don't know. It was. I thought it was also good. So that's a fun one. Great. Okay. Let me see here. I think for speaking of like one that's like both, well, as you were saying, it's like disturbing, but also, I don't know, like it's entertaining, enjoyable. I think this other one saw last year and occupy. It's a similar fusion, but this time of genre of like the body horror, but also teen coming of age romance. So it's Lucas films Guadagnino's Bones and All. So I think it's Taylor Russell and Timothy Chalamet, and it focus. I mean, it's funny. It focuses on these two cannibals lovers and their journey of trying to like navigate and build a life where they're always fighting with these impulses that they have to feed, as they say, but also it's like element of like, this is how we're made, so who are we to deny how we're made, and then also being like, but we're ruining people's lives, and what does it mean to keep appetites and desire in check? So it's like make no mistake, it's like a very like, when I say cannibal movie, I'm just like, okay, I guess we're really just gonna show you just noshing on somebody's head or something, like it'll go there. But it's very much like it's a road trip movie. It's a romance movie, between these characters coming of age, in a way with this twist. So it's a very like, I don't know, it's like, it's one of those like, it blends all those genres really well. So it's kind of hard to place, when I was thinking about it, I was like, it's gore, but it's not, there's some psychology, I don't know. So that's my miscellaneous bones and all. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I had heard good things about, it came out last year, right?
Yeah, 2022. So yeah.
Yeah, I
think it was
had
like
definitely
November
heard good things about it, and I haven't gotten around to seeing it myself. But yeah, it was definitely like intriguing when I heard about it. I was like, oh, I'm like try to check this out. Yeah. So I have, let's see, you have 2 more, and I have 3 more now. So there's the wild card, which I need a slasher and I need a paranormal. And okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and go with paranormal, and I'm gonna go with Robert Eggers' The Witch. Or if you want to have it with the 2 V's, The Vivitch.
The Vivitch. There you go. That's right.
This film is one that like kind of has grown in my estimation, like as I've only seen it once, like a couple years ago. But it's like grown in my like regard of it ever since I've seen it. Just like every time I think back of it, like the imagery of it, it's this like, so obviously Eggers is like at this point known for like really being obsessive about like getting the period and the language and the and like the design and everything like exactly how it was in the setting of his movie. And it's this when you watch The Witch, you're very much in its world, which is an impressive thing that Eggers does. I think The Witch is probably his best film. Of the, I think there's 3 so far because he has The Lighthouse and Northman also. And it's my favorite of those 3. And the way it deals with this, like the idea of cutting yourself off from community and the dangers you open yourself up to when you do that. Even if it's maybe for like justifiable reasons, or like, you know, at the end of the day, there's a bit of pride that comes with not being willing to like give and take with a community. And like, yeah, it's set in like early America, and I'm pretty sure, and it's like this Puritan community, or some sort of like Christian community, either Puritans or something like that. And he has a disagreement with like the elders of the community, and he's basically like excommunicated from it, him and his family. And then like they're on the edge of these woods. There's like strange stuff happening in the woods. Their baby goes missing. And it's just like dealing with that idea of what happens when you separate yourself from community, and like what sorts of horrors might you open yourself up to by doing that. Super interesting and like really like disturbing, well-made movie. So I definitely recommend that one, The Witch. I'm gonna take it. Did I say paranormal for it?
Yes.
Yeah. Which it makes more sense when you watch the film why it's in the paranormal category, but it's definitely no. So you'll have to go watch it to find out why. I won't give anything away.
Yeah, no, I know like the AMC's near me, they're doing like thrills, like they're bringing back some of the classic, like those horror movies. So I think I sadly missed that one, but I know it might be on Netflix or something, so I'll probably watch it. But that's you saying it's like a good reminder, like, oh yeah, I didn't need to catch that one. Okay, yeah, let me see here. So final 2 for me. I think I'll go with so you got The Witch. I'll go. Oh, I'm so torn here. It might have to just be a game decision. You know what? I'll go with the one I feel like I can speak more about at the moment. But it was not quite The Witch, but another. You know, there was this film sleeper hit of last year, Barbarian. So Zach Kreger directed that one. Yeah. Oh, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say another like one that I have heard great things about, but I haven't gotten around to.
Yeah, no, it's okay, I will just say it is without, because I want you to be able to enjoy it without, me having to share too much. But like there's a monster element to the film that I think what I enjoyed in particular about it, one was that it has a lot of twists and turns. You don't quite know where it's going. But it explores this idea, I think in general. I think it actually, or rather, it fits into this canon that I've enjoyed lately. Of when I think about monster movies, one of the things that draws me to those types of films is this idea of like the monsters being instruments of divine justice for the oppressed or underrepresented. And so, I even think about like I love Godzilla, and I think it was very recently I learned it's like a allegory or connection, with the atomic bomb and being dropped on Japan and everything. Like I guess that was there, but it was like it's only been more recently I've like viewed those films through that social lens or sociological lens. So I'll just say, without giving too much, I think I like how Barbarian in its unique way fits into this canon. So that's my monster movie, I say. So yeah, that was released last year.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I guess we'll both maybe. It looks like we're gonna just both save our wild card for last.
For a while.
I'm gonna
Yep,
go with.
there we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the only category other than wild card that I have left is the killer slasher. This is one that I've struggled with, like enjoying in the past. Maybe similar with like the typical movie you think about with like the gore or body horror. But yeah, I've caught up with a few of these recently. Maybe I can mention others in honorable mentions, but I watched one recently that like shook me like to the core. I think it was like, man, it's one of those where you watch and you almost wish you didn't watch it.
You didn't watch
like but at the same time you're like, man, that was like phenomenal filmmaking. I'm gonna go with the 74 classic of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, great. Have not seen, but I can understand the reaction to that.
I was like, one of the things that like you don't really think about is like how sound can be horrifying, and like the sounds in this movie are like, it like just makes my skin crawl just like thinking about it. Yeah, it's one of those that's like, I don't know, like there's probably more, the themes that it's dealing with are less like these deep emotional themes and more like maybe primal themes of like survival and the will to live and that sort of thing. But man, is it like a masterclass of setting like beauty in the background of like absolute disgusting horror. Like
Oof.
It's because there's scenes that you watch where if you like take out what's going on in the foreground, the background is like phenomenally beautifully shot, but then like you add back in what's going on in the foreground and you're like, oh, yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's what I'm going with for slasher.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because I think the other film that I've seen described, which I have not seen, maybe it's more pivot later, was that movie Midsommar, which I haven't seen, but it's that same idea of beautiful backdrop with just like absolutely horrific stuff going on. So yeah. That'll be, it's like one of those things, like daylight doesn't save you here. You know, you can watch this in broad daylight and you're still gonna be disturbed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess for final selection, my wild card, I know this movie has its fans as well as its detractors, but I think the more I think about it, the more I love it. It's the 2021 James Wan film, Malignant. So this one was, I think, I think it got a limited release, but then really got a life on HBO Max. But it's just such a fun, like, the way you don't expect some of the twists there. I think like James did this right after. Yeah, this was after he directed Aquaman, which is like $1 billion movie. So yeah, I firmly believe. I liked Aquaman, but I'm even happier that Aquaman doing so well led to James being able to have the relational capital to be like, I just want to make this for me.
Yeah.
And you're going to pay for it, Warner Bros. Because guess what? I just made you $1 billion, or more. Right. So everything, like I don't know. It's a very, I think just, it's one of those movies that is funny in the ways that it commits fully to the kind of bonkers premise, and all the characters. I think like Annabelle Wallis is the main actress in it, but she I think just some of the line deliveries, like I think it's easy in certain movies to be like you're trying to go, have each line be deeper, or it's a double entendre of a greater theme, but they're just like saying the line straight. It's just a very like kind of has that B movie feel to it, but
Yeah.
with great effects and action. So yeah, Malignant. There's my wild card pick. So
Yeah. Yeah. That's another one. Like I feel like I have like a running list of more recent, like horror movies that I just like haven't had the chance to catch up with. It's one of those things like, my wife is like, not only like is she not interested in, she's like almost like pretty much like anti horror movie. Like don't watch that in my house. So it's kind of like,
right.
it's kind of like, I'm like, okay, I have to like not talk about these movies with her at all. Like not even mention, just cause like, she's like, and it's not like, I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's just like personality. She's just like, I'm not interested in knowing any of that stuff. And I'm like, which I kind of like respect about her in a way, but also like, I really enjoy like digging into these movies and like figuring out why they're so disturbing. But yeah, that's another one that I haven't had the chance to catch up with.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because the past few Octobers I've done a lot of like catching up with older stuff and like have kind of overlooked the newer stuff. But yeah, I am gonna go with something relatively newer for my wild card. I guess you could say it's a personal favorite. It might still be my favorite Jordan Peele movie. And it's probably not the one most people would think I'm talking about. I'm gonna go with Us.
There we go. We have an Us lover, which is great.
Yeah, I love Us. I am under no like pretense that Us doesn't have like, if you really like think hard about it, a ton of like strange like world building holes in it of like, how does this work and how does this work? But I honestly don't care. And I don't think Jordan Peele does either. Because like, really like the suspense of this movie and the design and the characters, like everything about it, I just love. And I love that like he's like making these like broad stroke like interesting philosophical questions with what he's doing with it, that like, I don't know, I just like everything about the movie. And I think it's still maybe my Nope is up there. I really appreciated Nope. Get Out I think is good, but a little bit more straightforward. Which is I think can be a strong point too, but I personally enjoy the more like ambiguous stuff as far as like, what is this movie about? Let me dig into it. And Us is definitely that. So, and then like Lupita Nyong'o's performance as both characters, her and her like underworld self, is just like next level phenomenal. Like,
like if I'm ever making a case to the Academy for why horror should be taken more seriously, it's like her performance there, and then Mia Goth's performances in like X or Pearl. That I'm just like, you have these two, women just bringing their A. Like, what do you need? Why are they not being recognized in this way? So
it's funny because like the reality is that like horror movies is one of the things that keeps like theaters alive. Like people like, it doesn't matter if a horror movie is good or bad. Like people go see horror movies in the theater. So it's funny that like the Academy is like just totally ignores the whole genre basically.
It's interesting because I was seeing that, the new Exorcist movie that's coming out, I guess as we're recording this now, it would be coming out this week. So October 7th, like it's getting hit hard critically, like or October 6th. It's not going to do, it doesn't like, it got like a critically it's not doing well, but it's still slated to like open to like a 51 million plus, I think, like
Oh yeah.
debut. So it's like, yeah, as you said, these horror movies are critic proof, like people
Yeah.
just want to go for a good time. So
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it's bad or good.
And there is a sense in which like, I don't know. I was listening to something recently. I can't remember what it was, a podcast, but I don't remember which one, where they were kind of saying like, it's kind of this weird thing about horror movies where like, it's both true that it's the best thing ever to go watch a horror movie in a crowded theater, but also like the best thing ever to like curl up on your couch alone in the dark and watch a horror movie. Like both of those things are like both true.
Exactly.
And I was like, yeah, that is true. But yeah, that was a really fun draft. I need to do more along these lines where you have like
that was great
different categories. I think I was gonna name a couple of honorable mentions.
Yes,
I wanted to shout out one that I think some people would say is not horror, but I put it in the horror category because I think it follows a lot of horror tropes. With Alien,
yes,
I would say Alien is a sci-fi horror. I think some 100%. People disagree, but yeah. Alien, I mentioned Get Out, I think is a great movie. Hereditary, I think is very good. Toni Collette's performance is like another example of what you were talking about. Like this deserves an Oscar. I personally do like the original Paranormal Activity. I think it's fun. It's like it's funny. It's surprisingly funny, especially in the first portion, and then like it just does some really like well crafted jump scare and like that sort of thing. And it's probably like a nostalgia thing. I went and saw it like opening night in a crowded theater with a friend.
Yeah.
And like I have memories of that. So another one that I feel like was really overlooked, the 2020 The Invisible Man with Elizabeth Moss. It was phenomenal.
Also in Us, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's great.
Yeah. That one's directed by Lee Wanell, who hasn't done a whole lot, but yeah, that one was phenomenal.
Yeah.
One from this year that I've mentioned in a past episode is Skinamarink. I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those that it's hard for me to like recommend because I think like it's going to be like either you absolutely hate this or really love it like I did.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it and where you stand, but
I have not seen it, and it's like for that reason where I'm like, some people they're like they just found this the most maddening thing ever.
Yeah.
And I'm just this is one of those like insert cinema is so back memes, right? But I'm just like it's one of those like, oh, can I sit through something like that? Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard good things from people I trust, like you, and others. So I'm like, maybe it is worth it. But
I think it's one. It might be the biggest like differential between the actual like Letterboxd score and what I rated it from like all my movies. It has a 2.9 on Letterboxd. Ooh, which generally movies that fall below 3 I tend to stay away from, but I rated it 4 out of 5. I really enjoyed it. The Night of the Living Dead, great classic.
A blind spot for me, but I've heard good things about
that. There's 2 Nosferatus that I think are both phenomenal. The original 1922 version and Werner Herzog's version from 1979 is really, really good too. Those are some. I could go on because they're, I have a big list of horror movies that I have ranked on Letterboxd. But yeah, I'll kind of stop
Yeah.
there. Did you have any, maybe a couple that you wanted to shout out?
Yeah, no, I will say it's funny because I know Robert Eggers is doing a Nosferatu remake, so maybe
Yeah.
once I see a trailer or press photos, that'll be like, okay, I gotta do my Nosferatu catch up
Yeah.
before
The
I see
original
the new
is
one.
is surprisingly like very eerie and like effective.
Okay.
Like when you look at like stills of it, you're like, oh, this is really cheesy. But when you actually watch it, you're like, wow, how did he make this like cheesy looking dude be so
Great.
like effectively like creepy and eerie?
Yeah. No, that's great. I'll keep an eye for that. Yeah, honestly, I feel like in the monster category, were the most honorable mentions there because I really enjoyed there's this 2019 film by Alexandre Aja called Crawl. It's about a swimmer and her dad, and they're trapped in their house in Florida that's about to get hit by a hurricane, and they have to fight off crocodiles, and it's just like I don't know. I just really was it crocodiles or is it alligators? I think
I think it was
alligators.
Yeah, alligator.
It's alligator. Yeah, but I thought that was so fun. Actually, that has a whole place in my heart because that's the first movie I logged at Letterboxd. So it was like back in 2019. It was like Crawl was the first thing I did. So maybe there's some nostalgia bias there, but I love. I mean, and this one probably doesn't count as horror, even though like maybe generally the franchises they're similar with Alien. But I thought the Prey movie for the Predator like prequel film set in like I thought that was so fun, very well done. Not once again on Hulu. I thought that was great. And then I think there's just two more. I think for psychological, Rebecca Hall's film The Resurrection, that was also with Tim Roth, but thought that was very I don't know. It was a lot of movies these days, horror movies, the shtick is like it's about trauma, and that it's like a meme in a way. But the way I'll just say the way she does a great performance there. The way she embodies and explores out the theme. She didn't direct it or anything, but I think she was the producer, executive producer on it. But I really enjoyed her performance there, exploring that theme. And then what is one more? Annihilation. Alex Garland.
Is fantastic.
So good. That was actually one of on that article that you'll link in the show notes. That was one of their recommendations for miscellaneous, and I was like, oh yeah, that one. Demon bear that mimics human voice. Like that's nightmare fuel right there. So
it is.
That'll fit in very nicely. So
it's funny for that one. Like I saw that and I was like, Annihilation, and I was like, yeah, I guess it is horror, but that I didn't really put it on my list because I was like, I don't usually think about that as a horror movie.
Yeah.
Because like, especially like the way it ends, it like reads way more as a sci-fi movie to me than a horror movie. But I can definitely see how like you could definitely say like, oh well, it's still a horror movie. I think that I did. I had two more that I forgot to mention. You mentioned trauma, and I was like, oh yeah, I didn't mention my other choice for a slasher that I was trying to decide between. I really like A Nightmare on Elm Street. I think I think it's really well done. It's the whole like dream world thing maybe is like inconsistent in how it works, but I mean it's a dream world. Who says it has to be consistent? But I feel like it's actually like a clever workaround to like how these like killers usually like get around way too quickly in these movies, and it's like, well, he's a dream, so like of course he can pop up anywhere.
There we go.
But yeah, I think Nightmare on Elm Street is good, and I would actually my experience of David Lynch's Eraserhead was very much a horror experience. My skin was crawling that whole movie.
Oh wow.
yeah, it's a very disturbing movie, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'll read through the list, the final list. Zachary took Possessor and Gore, the 1992 Candyman and Slasher, The Evil Dead and Paranormal, Green Room and Psychological, Bones and All and Miscellaneous, Barbarian and Monster, and Malignant for his wild card. I went with Psycho and Psychological, The Blair Witch Project and Miscellaneous, Frankenstein and Monster, The Thing and Gore, The Witch and Paranormal, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Slasher, and Us for my wild card. And I think we built a pretty great list of horror movies here together.
Yeah. I know. I'm so excited to see the poll and their people chime in.
Yeah, for sure.
The Rex too. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, that's our movie draft section. Do you have a recommendation of the week?
Ooh, great. Yes, great cue. I will say it will have been out by the time I know this episode releases. But I think one that I still, another film rec that I thought was really great, was able to catch it when I was at TIFF, in Toronto. But it's The Royal Hotel. It's by director Kitty Green. So you might know her from the film she did in 2019 called The Assistant with Julia Garner.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is her. This is the next film that she's done since that movie, and it stars Julia Garner again. So that duo is back, and adds in Jessica Henwick, who I think you most recently probably saw from like Matrix Resurrections and the Glass Onion film. But yeah, it's a very it's about these two girls who go on a they go to work in this mining town in Australia where all the patrons are men, and so it very quickly becomes a fight for survival as the misogyny goes from a little more kind of subtle to more overt, and then becomes aggressive. So it's it's one of those like thriller realism films, and it carries a lot, certainly thematically, from The Assistant, but I think it's just great to see someone like Kitty Green engage in like a genre type film, and like definitely has those elements where you're thinking those social commentary that was great in The Assistant. But I thought the way it was, she just made it a fun, thrilling, good movie. So perfect for your October watch if y'all are looking for a new psychological film to add to the list.
It's funny because The Assistant, it actually like has a ton of like suspense built into it.
Exactly.
I'm like thinking back on watching that. I loved that movie. It was really fantastic. Kind of one of those like surprise like movies from that year that I remember like hearing about, and I was like, oh, I'll check this out. And then I was like, wow, that was phenomenal. That
was great. Yeah.
I'm gonna recommend. It will have been out for a while at this point. But I'm gonna recommend. I caught up with all of Wes Anderson's shorts that he released on Netflix. I was like giddy with anticipation all the way up until they released, and they're phenomenal like works of art in my opinion. Like they work in such a degree where like you could close your eyes and listen and it would be like phenomenal, or you could like turn the sound off and watch and it would be like, well, to a certain degree phenomenal. There's certain points where you have to have the narration, but that's kind of like the point, I think, to it is like that that metatextual literary adaptation element of them. But yeah, I think they're just like typical of Wes, phenomenally crafted, like make you use your senses in interesting ways, I think, with like showing you some things and making you imagine other things.
Yeah.
And like not just like forcing you to imagine things, which is something I think that Roald Dahl was interested in. So like it feels true to his work, like these adaptations. But yeah, they're phenomenal. I was
Great.
and they're short enough where like they're really easy to like revisit. So I probably will.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you catch up with them yet?
I was about to. No, I haven't. I've been wanting to. I think like I was wondering what you would think. Like binge them all at once, like one after the other, or do you think maybe it's good to like maybe sit with one each day? I've heard different takes. I'm curious.
Yeah, I haven't
people
really
who are
thought
watching
about
it as they release, sort of a thing. But
yeah, I watched the first two the days they released, and then I watched them with my wife, and then we watched. I think we watched the last two on the same day.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say there's a particular way that maybe makes it better, unless you just kind of want to like sit and reflect with it, then like maybe space it out. But like, I don't know. To me, they all work pretty like straightforwardly. Like the emotions you're supposed to feel are mostly felt within the confines of the the film. And so like I don't think they necessarily call for like this deep reflection after you watch them, because like what they're doing in the midst of the film, like you feel everything you're supposed to feel as it's like taking you through it. If that makes sense.
No, definitely.
Which I think is something like special about it. So yeah. I would be of the opinion that it just depends on how excited you are to watch them, and if you want to watch them all like in one sitting, then go for it, because they're great.
Okay, great. No, they were on my radar, so I definitely want to.
Yeah, I'll probably at some point do an episode. I've thought about that, like, oh well, when directors that I've covered before come out with something new, I guess I need to jump back and do an episode on it. So I'll probably at some point put out an episode on those, maybe a solo episode, or I might try to bring on a guest. We'll have to see. But yeah. That's all I have. Zachary, I would love for you to kind of plug where people can follow you and find your work.
Thank you so much. No, this is great. I on Letterboxd, which is kind of where you can get my like quick, as I shared, I have a backlog of stuff, but quick, reviews, reactions. You can find me on zlee729, my username. So I'll be there. And then my Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, probably by the time the episode drops, it'll have changed to something else. But handle there right now is Zacharoni22. So that's ZACH and then Aroni22. So cool. You can find me there. And that's usually where I'll share the articles and pieces that I've written. And I know it's it's fall film festival season, lots of fun, good stuff there. So that'll be kind of where I'll share a lot of my articles and posts, and usually under the Letterboxd when I log a film, if I've written something, or when I log Dark Knight Rises, I'll link to the show notes here, and then I'll link to the episode, so you can kind of see if I've written stuff on there.
Cool. Yeah, that's always helpful. It's like, well, just go follow me here and you'll find everything you need. Love it. Well, Zachary, I really enjoyed having you on for this episode. The Dark Knight Rises talk was fun. The horror draft was fun, and got some good recommendations from you. So I just appreciate it all around coming on, and it's been fun. I think we're done. I think this is it.
Thank you so much for having me on, Eli. It was great. Looking
Yeah,
forward to
absolutely.
the other episodes too.
Yeah, so that's all we have for you this week. I'm Eli Price for Zachary Lee. You've been listening to The Establishing Shot. Thank you so much for joining us on The Establishing Shot today. We hope you enjoyed the episode and got a lot out of it. Make sure before you go to like and subscribe on all your podcast platforms, and especially on Spotify and Apple. If you could leave a rating and review, that would greatly help the visibility of the podcast, and I would greatly appreciate it. Again, if you go to establishingshotpod.com, you can find out all you need to know about the show, where to find us on the social media platforms, where to find us podcast-wise, YouTube, and you can even leave a voicemail there on the website on the right side of your screen. So click that if you want to give a comment or ask a question about the show. Just feel free to leave a voicemail. We'd be happy to feature that on the show. And also, if you just want to email rather than leave a voicemail, you can email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com. And we would be happy to answer your question there or feature a question or comment on the show if it pertains to the episodes. So please do that. And we would love for you to join the Establishing Shot family. You can, again, find where to do that on the donate page at establishingshotpod.com. We hope you have a great week, and we look forward to seeing you again next time.
We were happy here. For a little while.
But look, I figure it this way. Better to be king for a night than schmuck for a lifetime.